I don't know if you can hear me, but I made it across. It's really bad here, Verlaine. I think there's something here.
In space, no one can hear you scream. Welcome to another stream of Alien Isolation to continue Phase 1 of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary, getting all collectibles.
I sent you a clear directive not to land on station.
I told you we didn't hear your message. We understood you would be...
Hey,
Identify yourself.
Ripley, from the Torrens.
Relax, kid.
What the hell is going on here, Marshal? Where's the security forces?
You're looking at them.
I've seen the creature. What is it?
I don't know. Something brought here by Marlowe, the captain of the Anisadora.
The ship that found the flight recorder.
Is there anywhere safe left on this station? That creature's running around, and the Seegson synthetics are less than friendly.
Goddamn androids.
Ripley? Taylor needs attention.
Medical's a no-go. We can't take her there.
We have a basic life support unit back at HQ.
Then let's go.
We need the transit to get to HQ, but it's down. Transit control is upstairs. Samuels says you're an engineer. Go make yourself useful, seeing as you screwed up the trap.
Yeah, right. We'll talk about that later, Waits. You protect them while I'm gone. Understood?
Ricardo, get a lock on our radio so we can stay in touch.
Are you all right, Ripley?
Peachy.
We really should hurry. Taylor...
Don't worry, Samuels. We'll get her out of here.
You realize coming aboard was a bad idea yet?
I wouldn't call the welcome friendly.
He hasn't slept in days. Me neither.
Hey, Crooked Toad, thank you so very much for the raid. Thank you, thank you. How's things going? Hey, Feats Beats Games, welcome on in. Hey, Crooked, welcome on in. Hope everything's going well. Hey there, dude. It's going well. Going good. We're up to mission 8, and it's going well. I'm keeping up with all the collectibles so far, using a guide. I'm going to be doing a lot of playthroughs of this year to celebrate its 10th anniversary, so this is just phase 1. But I'm going to spread it out across the year, so it's not just a back-to-back-to-back-to-back. Yeah, Crooked, that's the crazy thing, like, doesn't take long for years to go by, and in terms of like video games and stuff, you look forward to whatever games are coming out, and then they come out, and then you play them, and then you look forward to the next batch of games coming out, and then before you know it, the games that you were looking forward to 10 years ago have now reached their 10th anniversary, and you're like, holy shit. And so much has changed, you know, like, it's just crazy. Honey Lily, thank you so much for the follow. It's such a great game, this one. I still think it's one of the best games based on like a movie series. If you want to get specific, it's not based obviously on a particular movie in the series, but flashbang. Hey Big Boss, welcome. You're enjoying the stream while working in the office. Oh nice, thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it. Especially too when people are working as well. It's great to have people lurking while they're working. Yeah, and the sound design, Crooked, on this game is really, really good too, as well. Just the sounds that the station makes, you know, the creaking noises and the hissing that sounds similar to an alien. They use that kind of thing quite well with the audio too. Plus visually, sometimes, you know, there's tubing and pipes that look like from a distance they could be the alien, but they're not, you know, creating things of that nature. There's that ID tag. Feeds Beats, really want to play this soon yourself. Been one of those games that been meaning to play but never got around to it. I definitely hope you enjoy it. If you're a fan of the Alien movies, it's really, really good. But even if you aren't familiar with them, I think people can still, if you like first-person horror games, because there's a lot of tension, a lot of moments of like jump scares, of course, but also true sort of like suspense as well. The new ID tag we picked up was K. Clark. I'm also keeping track in a document what I've collected, because this is one of those games where it remembers what you've collected in previous playthroughs, and so it'll still come up with any ID tags you might have found before, any sort of like computer terminal messages you've looked at, and all that kind of stuff. So I need to keep track of what I'm getting as I'm going through and the guide that I'm looking at to make sure that I know, oh yeah, this is something that I may have already gotten in a previous playthrough, but in this playthrough I still need to actually interact with it and collect it. But with these ID tags for the PlayStation version, because I've played this game a few times on the Xbox version, and I never have done a playthrough before where I've gotten everything. So I thought I'd take this opportunity to do this with the 10th anniversary celebrations. Feats Beats, yeah, you love the first two movies, and even the newer ones aren't terrible. Yeah, I mean, they can be a bit of a mixed bag as well, especially Prometheus and Alien Covenant. I mean, I liked both, but it was just ironic, and it's not for everyone that this is the case, but there's some fans of the series that didn't like Prometheus because it was slower paced, and it didn't feel like an Alien movie to them. And those same people complain about Alien Covenant being too actiony and being too much like an Alien movie. As I said, not every person, but there'd be at least one person in the world who probably was like, Prometheus sucks because it's not an Alien movie. Alien Covenant sucks because it's an Alien movie. But, I mean, the first two stand really tall above all the other movies. I really can't decide which one between the two I think is the best, because it's kind of, they're all part of the same universe, but the different approaches give it a different kind of feel as well. So I'm having a look at the guide now and making sure that I'm up to date. You can't win with some people, hey? That's true. Yeah, you just got to do what you got to do. But I thought it was okay. Like, it's not groundbreaking or anything. It doesn't beat the first movie or Aliens. But I found it had some interesting concepts, especially about an android who kind of develops a god complex. You know what I mean? And which is ironic because obviously humans creating androids in our own image, and then an android wanting to create things and all that kind of stuff. It explores some interesting themes.
Someone shut everything off.
Hello? I know someone's in here. Calm down in there, you android fuck! God, I hate this place. I went to a lot of trouble to secure this place.
It's funny, that laugh almost sounded like... Sorry, that cough sounded almost like a laugh that he did.
You're not going anywhere.
Synthetics shouldn't just kill. I don't get it. This is every color. Fucked up. Can't trust anyone. Gotta make my own way. No, what did you do?
You shouldn't be here. Follow me.
What the fuck was that? Hey!
Sorry, dude, it was either me or you. I did a playthrough once of this game where it was like a pacifist. I wasn't allowed to kill enemies, humans. I couldn't throw a noisemaker and lure the alien out to kill them and stuff. But if they, through their own actions, ended up alerting the alien or the android, then them dying wouldn't count against me, kind of thing. So I was looking for a different way to play through the game, and I thought I'd try that one out. It's not like a challenge to make the game more difficult or anything, it just means that sometimes you just have to wait a bit longer for things to happen. Oh, what? Bull fucking shit, man. Bull fucking shit. What? Yeah, whatever.
You and I are going to have a talk about safety. There's no need for this.
Whatever, game. Whatever you reckon. Whatever you fucking reckon, game.
Please calm down.
Okay, I don't want to waste stuff.
I'm going to catch you.
But that's absolutely fucking ridiculous.
Don't run.
That the stun baton didn't actually fucking do anything. It was charged and everything. I hate when bullshit like that happens. I literally pressed what needed to be done. but the game was like, oh, you missed, even though you're right up in their friggin' face. Hey, honey, welcome on in. No, this is just on, well, it's on medium. There's novice, easy, medium, hard, and nightmare. So this is kind of in between. Yeah, Crooked is like, come on. Game is tripping. Feats Beats, how did that miss? I'm asking myself the same thing. It's like, come on. Why the hell would that miss? That was bullshit, honey. You're not wrong there. Hey, Anasune. How's things?
Ripley, this is Waits. The transit's here and we're waiting on you.
Take it. I had some trouble, so it's gonna take me a while to get back.
We can wait.
Taylor can't. I can catch the next car.
Your call.
I just woke up and raided in with Crocotoad, now working. That's no trouble at all. Thank you so much for joining the raid. I hope that work goes well. Anderson, are you doing good? You started playing AC1. The extremely low frame rate is quite jarring. Yeah, I imagine it would be. Is it your first time playing that one? If so, I hope the experience otherwise ends up being good. Okay, so the next collectible thing is over this way. Restart transit. Listen, you crazy bastard. You think that thing gets around in a fucking transit car? You're sitting on an override that'll disconnect the transit from Apollo. So fucking pull it. You can stop all this bullshit just by pulling a lever. You think you're safer with the transit powered down? But we're trapped like rats. For God's sake, help us. Double-crossed. Got a heads up for you, jackass. Don't even think about throwing in with the Sinclair and the Seegson security guys. I told them it was you that killed Morrison. If they see you, they'll shoot on sight. You should have let me join you in your bolt hole. You won't last a week. Alright, so we go into here. Alright, so entry 66 is somewhere else. Entry 67 was restart transit. '68 double crossed. Honestly, it's okay otherwise. Rescuing civilians is pretty annoying when it forces your camera to look at the vigilantes, leaving you vulnerable to attacks. Exactly. Yeah, that definitely can be annoying, for sure, because there's a similar thing in Assassin's Creed 3 and Black Flag. I think it's in Rogue as well. Sometimes in Liberation, I think, too, where when you have dead enemies and you loot the bodies, the camera will focus on the dead bodies as you try to walk around to get to another one. That can be annoying in that. Hey, Mr. Gote, thanks for redeeming no tracker. So for the next 15 minutes of real time, I can't use the tracker at all. Good evening, Mr. Gote. Doing not too badly. Things are going pretty good. How about yourself? Mr. Gote playing Cyberpunk, and you played some Alien Isolation yesterday. Oh, excellent, dude. That's really cool. How's Cyberpunk going?
If the only thing keeping a person decent is the expectation of divine reward, then, brother, that person is a piece of shit, and I'd like to get as many of them out in the open as possible.
Thanks for redeeming that, Casper. What's that from? Oh yeah, True Detective Season 1. Have you seen the parody called False Detective? Mr. Gote, really enjoyable. Now you got a nice GPU, now you got it shoved up on max and enjoying Night City, and it's actually nice to play now, it's not so buggy. Well, that's really good that you're able to take advantage of all that to create an even better experience than it might have been before. Oh, you haven't, Dr. Casper? Me neither, because it doesn't exist. I was just pulling your leg.
It's Sinclair. We need supplies. Take what you can from whoever you want. I've found an area in habitation where we can seal ourselves in and wait for rescue. I've got guys welding vents shut and shutting off elevators. Plan is to make it watertight. There's no room for more people in the sanctuary, but we can make space for their food, meds, water, and guns. If we're gonna get everyone through this alive, there's no room for pity.
Or remorse, and we will never stop, ever, until the alien is dead. Understand, combat's a bit tricky too. You always watch out for attacks and use the block button when you see someone attacking, but even then you still get hit quite often. Yeah, it's very sort of like exacting, but sometimes it doesn't actually respond in the exact way that you are expecting as well. Mr. Gote, you got it on ultra settings with AMD, super resolution too, and everything looks shiny and new, like you're playing a modded GTA. Well, that's good that you're getting as much as you can out of that game. Hey, Ben Darren, welcome on in. Good morning. Have I isolated the alien yet? No. It's like trying to wrangle a wet noodle while balancing on a ball rolling down a steep slope. How's it going, Ben Darren? Hello, Neo. Welcome on in. Good evening to you. How's it going? Okay, so that was... We need supplies. Audio log. Entry 69. And there's an ID tag in the same room. And this tag belongs to V. Nash. I forgot to actually read the one that we got not long ago. K. Clark. Last known location, Sevastopol, SkyMed Tower, ID code 2961. And V. Nash. Last known location, Sevastopol, SkyMed Tower, ID code 9142. Oh, that's great, Neo. I'm glad to hear that you're going good. As for me, I'm doing well. It's just going to be a short stream, but I still want to make a little bit of progress. But there's 3 more stream days this week to put towards the game, so I think I'll probably end up finishing the playthrough on either Thursday or Friday. Shit, I forgot. I can't use the motion tracker. I'm just so used to doing it in playthroughs.
Ripley, we heard voices as we left. Watch yourself.
Said he saw it, so some people get away. If we see it, we just run. Maybe he's found a better site to raid.
Or a way off this fuck heap. That, or today's the day we finally seal ourselves into the habitation. Hey, we can do this. Someone will send help soon.
Car for Solomon's habitation tower.
Let's go find Sinclair. No way we should be splitting up. Safety in numbers.
Not even sure of that anymore. That thing is unstoppable.
Give me one clear shot. I'll stop the fucker.
Neo, cool bro, you've got lots to catch up on your YouTube channel. You love those dark picture anthology games. Oh yeah, Neo. Yeah, I really like those. Even Like, I don't know, it's kind of like I like all of them. I do have like a favorite, and then I have one which I think is the best overall, but I can't really pick one that I would say is, you know, terrible and I don't like it. But yeah, it's I hope they announce the release date for the next one in that series soon, because they already announced that it was happening, but they didn't actually release it. Normally it's every October, but last year they didn't release it in October or November or December, so it might be a little bit longer. They might even release it this October, I think. But it's kind of like they're starting a new season, so they're probably wanting to change some things up. And their game, Supermassive, who do the Dark Pictures series, their game Until Dawn is celebrating its 10th anniversary this year as well. So they'll be doing things for that game too, to celebrate that.
Serving the Solomon's Galleria Mall, Colonial Marshal Bureau, and Seegson Habitation Suites.
It's just instinctual to press that button to bring the motion tracker up.
Ripley, we're in the Marshal Bureau. Just turn right at the top of the stairs. You can't miss it.
No welcome committee?
Just get up here. Wait's out.
Okay, so 1 more minute to go before I can start using the motion tracker again. Your device is invalid. Please update it with the most recent update, which is located in the most dangerous place in Sevastopol. Good luck! Alright, the 15 minutes is up since it was redeemed, so I can actually use the tracker again. Okay, just need to check the guide I'm using to see exactly where they go. Uh-huh. Can't believe I missed it. I went straight past it. Here we go. ID tag. This one belongs to K. Lingard. K. Lingard. Last known location, Solomon's Habitation Tower, ID code 6734. Okay, so mission 9 has no collectibles, so mission 10 is the next video of the guide that I'm looking at. Alright, so it's after getting the flamethrower. So we've got a little bit to do before we get to the next point in the game where I have to collect something. Rosie, reward is on cooldown. It'll be back in 44 minutes and 5 seconds. Damn, Rod, too smart to troll. Yeah, I like to put cooldowns on certain redeems. And also, depending on the redeem, it might be a short or a longer time. Honey, apologies.
Calm down. You're safe now. Waits has a plan.
A plan? Really? His fucking plans haven't done us much good so far.
Just like Dutch's plans. Apologies if you're so quiet. You had to wait.
For now, anyway.
Had to wait the 10 minutes and then just got off the phone. That's definitely fair enough. That's no trouble at all. Yeah, the 10-minute for new followers. I wish it was actually something that you could either have like, you know, like a minute or 2 minutes or 3 minutes instead of just, 10 being the minimum. But also the ability to override that if you know that the person's legit. But yeah, it's something that I've had to implement after years worth of stuff happening. But thank you for having the patience to wait. And I am, yeah. Yeah, I live in Australia.
Was that you? Did you get the transit running? Nice work.
How's Taylor?
Stable. Should be walking soon enough. Samuels is with her now.
Okay.
You managed to get transit up and running, so I guess we're even.
Where's Ricardo?
Prepping our next move. Look, I'm busy. I've got Marlowe in the cells, the lowlife who showed up with your flight recorder.
Where's Marlowe's ship? The Anisadora.
He put it in a parking orbit around the gas giant. Son of a bitch won't give us the command codes to let us bring it in on auto. Maybe you can get more out of the unhelpful bastard. Go talk to him.
Talk to Marlowe about his cousin, Mahai. Yeah, it is one of those things too where it's like, I mean, putting a message on like that is something I decided to do because they were going into Discords and making a fake profile and posting inappropriate pictures in people's Discords, and then they would come into my stream thinking it was me who posted it, and so I thought I'd have something on the page as well that people can see as a first line of thing. But the people that came in thinking that it was me who had been doing it, once I explained the situation, they were fine and they understood. But yeah, it was a bit annoying having someone go to that length. Exactly, honey, and that's the thing too, and it's just, you can't be too careful. Like, it's a shame, but you just can't. Probably better since you're working too. Yeah. Oh, well, not exactly, because the information that we found out about them might not be even true in and of itself, but they had used multiple usernames in various places, in multiple places. So it was kind of easy to do a Google search and find their accounts that they created and all that kind of stuff. But there was even like a few other streamers that I'm friends with experienced the same thing from the same person as well. So it's kind of like a virus. One streamer would be dogged by them, and then that person would raid someone or give a shout out, and then they'd leech themselves onto that person, and then all that kind of stuff. I don't think I can get in here right now, or maybe I can. No, I can't. We need to talk to Marlo. Oh yeah, Rosie, that's the thing. Like that's a lot of effort. But they would always say, no one cares about your stream. I don't care about your stream, and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, just do what you want to do, kind of thing, with your own time, I guess. Hostiles nearby. Honey, you hope they were reported and banned. Well, that's the thing. It's a bit hard. They use VPNs and proxies and all that kind of stuff. So hey, Code, how's things?
Marlo?
Who wants to know?
My name's Ripley. I'm with the company.
Here for your empty box already? You guys are keen, I'll give you that.
I'm here for personal reasons. My mother was on the Nostromo when it went missing 15 years ago.
You serious? Shit. Well, shit. We never found her ship, Ripley. Just the recorder.
But you sure as hell found something else. What happened out there?
I need a way out of here, Ripley. Maybe we can make a deal.
Just start talking. I want to know everything.
Com check. You get me, Lewis?
A little fuzzy, Marlo, but you're coming through.
Let's take it slow. I want to get to that beacon in one piece.
If you're looking for a peace foster, I've got something for you right here.
I'd need scanning equipment to find it, Heist.
Okay, enough already. Focus on what we're here for. I don't want any mistakes.
Some of these actors on their IMDb pages are credited, but not all who actually have a character credit are put in the same spot. So just put that in there, and the other character that was there that spoke can't see, because there's a lot of people that are credited just as voice. It's like, that's very helpful. What role did you play in this game? Voice. Yeah, I know that, but what character? Voice. The character's name is Voice? No. But you said that you just play a character called Voice. No. That's my credit. Voice. Oh, nice, honey. You're also an Alien Isolation fan and a movie fan. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Also, you'd seen Prometheus and didn't hate it. You just had no clue it had a link to Alien except at the end, lol. speaking from earlier discussion during the 10 minutes. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think that movie can also work as a sort of like introduction into that kind of, well, into that movie series as well. Because it being a prequel, it doesn't necessarily spoil anything from the first movie. Rosie, you've had the attention of an insane person. It's super scary. Oh, really, Rosie? Yeah, it just makes you wonder sometimes. They develop this whole mythos about you while you're just, I don't know, doing laundry or something. Yeah, that's it. You know, something that's not noteworthy. You know, it's not like I'm some, you know, important figure, or it's not like I'm some, you know, employee of a certain company that they hate or something. You know what I mean? Honey, you also like the Resident Evil movies with Mila, but you agree it's not the same as the RE games. They're both good on their own, but you wouldn't say they're the same. Yeah. Well, that's it. You know, they take a very different approach. I still think the first Resident Evil movie that they did is probably the best adaptation of the kind of atmosphere that Resident Evil games, you know, with the suspense and all that kind of stuff had. It had a lot of action in it too, but I feel that that movie is the one out of all of them that is the most similar to the video games in aesthetic and tone and all that kind of stuff. Whereas the ones that came out after they cement it as its own different thing, even though they're pulling characters from the games and putting them into those movies. Whereas in the first one, they weren't, kind of thing. Which is ironic. You would think that bringing the characters from the games into the movies would make those movies feel more like the games, but yeah, the first movie without those characters being brought in felt more like the games in a lot of ways. You also want to platinum this game as well, honey? That's cool. Yeah, I've never done that with this game. I think there might be some achievements tied to the DLC maybe as well. Come on, Colhagen. Give these people ear. Do it. Now. Thanks for redeeming that, Neo.
There you are. Foster, Meeks, keep your eyes open.
Oh yeah, honey, that one. Yeah. I mean, there's some really good shots and stuff in those movies. Like, they're very...
Have you managed to decode the signal yet? That's good. If it's a mystery, then it's unknown. If it's unknown, then it could be valuable.
This could be our biggest haul, Marlowe.
Could be.
Definitely got visual flair and all that kind of stuff, but that is a really good shot that was from that movie. Neo, off-the-shelf reviews now, the Resident Evil reviews. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm so glad that Gary and Ian have done all the reviews and all the things that they've done, you know, even before they started Twitch streaming, built up, you know, a community and all that kind of stuff. And it was really cool to find out that they had actually gone into the Twitch space as well. That's okay, Neo. Thank you for redeeming that. Rosie, you want to stream for a while?
I'll have a look around. See if I can find a weak spot. Wait here.
You wanted to stream for a while and even did a couple, not on this account, but you ultimately decided the internet is too scary. That's understandable, Rosie. It's a shame that you had that experience, especially if it was something that you looked forward to actually doing, that you saw as something that might be fun and enjoyable, and to have that happen, it's just You know, so frustrating.
Gonna need a lift. Heist, over here. Give me a leg up.
Honey also enjoyed the series. Sad that one of the main actors passed away. Yeah, who was that? I actually forgot who it was in the Resident Evil movies that had passed away. You know, absolutely, 100% seems like a great community as well. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You're really late to the Twitch party, but you like it so far. Oh, that's good, Neo. That's good that you're having a good experience with it. And that's the beautiful thing too about Twitch is like there's so many different people in different time zones as well. So if there's a streamer that you like that's streaming when it's morning for you, then you can catch them, you know. But if they're not streaming later for you, then there might be another streamer that you can check out who is actually streaming later your time as well.
I found a path. Checking it out. Don't come back. Then you wait some more.
Then you wait some more. Honey, your experience for 2.5 years hasn't been too bad. Bot follow raids. With the proper tools and such, it really helps comfort, and you can also stay in follower only. Yeah, well that's the other thing too. Having the tools at your disposal to use. And there's also a website that I look at from time to time. It's a good resource, which is... I'll post a link to it in chat. So there's a website called twitchtracker.com. And you can put in pretty much any... They don't even have to be someone who streams. Like if they've got an account, it's a good way to see what their creation date is. Like it's one of those catch-22 things. It's like people who create an account within probably 1 hour to 12. It's kind of like but it's a bit hard because there are genuinely some people who do create an account on Twitch, and then a few minutes later, or an hour or so later, they find a channel that they like, you know, so they follow. So it's a bit hard to use that as a gauge necessarily, but it is a bit of a good guide, you know, to sort of like check out and go, okay, so this person created their account an hour ago, and sort of give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt and say, well, maybe they're someone genuine, but they've just recently discovered Twitch and they've created an account, you know, but also have at the back of your mind that they could potentially be just a troll or someone who's creating multiple accounts as well to bypass any bannings that happened on their other account, you know, and all that kind of stuff. Oh, you meant in the TV Real Actor series. Oh, yes, of course, Lance Reddick. Yeah, he was really cool. I didn't see him in a lot of stuff, but Quantum Break, he was in that video game, and it also has live action parts, and he played the same role in live action as well. It was really good. Neo, yeah man, pretty awesome. It's the latest Dark Pictures game called Directive. Can't remember the rest, but it looks gripping. Yeah, Directive 8020, and it's going to be like a sci-fi horror. So I'm very curious to see. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some like references to Alien or Event Horizon in that movie.
Yeah, I'm good. It was a close one, though. Don't think I'll be able to get back the way I came.
Just watch yourself, you hear me?
Honey, you knew him from the series Fringe. Oh yeah, I've heard about that show. Never actually seen an episode of it though, but it does pop up a lot. John Noble is in that show, I'm pretty sure, and he was Denethor in the Lord of the Rings movies. And he also voiced Scarecrow in Batman Arkham Knight. I think he did a great job at that too. Hey there, Senny. Welcome on in, Crooked. How's things going, dude? We're currently playing a flashback mission. where the crew of the Isidora, who came across the same planet that the crew Nostromo in the first Alien movie came across, we're playing as Marlowe. He's the head of this Isidora crew.
Stay put. I think I found something. There's a fissure in the rock. Stand back. I'm gonna blow it.
You know, epic films, and yeah, you hope so. You're gonna get it for sure. The only one you don't own yet is Man of Medan. That one is a good one. Like, there's definitely people who don't think much of it, but I still think it's a good entry in the series, and also too for newcomers, and not just because it's the first one in the Dark Pictures series, but if you're new to Dark Pictures as well, for those people who might be thinking about playing one of them, Man of Medan is definitely a good, like, entry level kind of one as well. Crooked, how's your day going? You're quite well, thanks. Baked some fresh homemade bread for breakfast, which turned out great. Oh, that's excellent, dude. That really sounds delicious. That's awesome. Glad to hear that you're going well. My day's going good. Things are going good, and having a good stream so far. It'll only be a short one, so I'll probably stream for another hour, I think. But yeah, it's going really good. Oh yeah, you're not wrong there, Crooked. Yeah, sometimes it's just, you know, a short but sweet stream, and still makes some good progress.
Let's get going. Follow me.
Plus, this being my Monday to Friday game, there's definitely a lot more days left in the week still to do this playthrough, so that also helps as well. Oh, did you, honey? You used your link to look at yourself? Nice. Yeah. Oh, it's a good way to do that too as well, to check certain stats.
Nice. Over here. Give me a leg up.
The arrow's down. You try not to get into too much of the stats. You find it discouraging more than encouraging. And that's understandable too. You know, like, it's like with viewer count. Like, I'm someone who doesn't really focus on the viewer count. And it's one of those things where I don't necessarily like it being pointed out because, number one, I just don't like the idea of coming across as if I'm, you know, keeping an eye on it, you know what I mean? And that I'll be like, oh, awesome, you know, because I appreciate even just one viewer, you know, let alone however many viewers might turn up as well. But yeah, it's definitely understandable. Some stats, you know, it's just like, oh yeah, don't really need to worry about it, don't need to pay attention to it. Honey, you do it for fun, so it's all good. You feel the same, but if you're honest, your subconscious still picks up on the numbers and it can still affect your mood depending on how you feel that day. But then you remember why you do it, for fun and to meet new people. It happens mostly if you're feeling lonely. And that's a good way to look at it too, as well. You know, looking at it from a perspective of it's something fun to do, something that you can use to meet new people, and also if you're feeling lonely, there's an avenue. It's like, you know, if there's something you want to listen to help you relax, or if there's shows that you want to watch that kind of help take your mind off stuff and things. I really, really like this mission a lot. It's a great way to show and explain the logical steps in the story to make Amanda Ripley, 15 years after her mother experienced her first clash with the alien creature, and for her daughter 15 years later to come across the same creature. It's just a brilliant way that they were able to make that not feel like it was just a, you know, done just for the sake of the plot, or a cliche, oh, she was just on a ship that crash landed on a planet full of aliens kind of stuff that they could have done. So I'm glad some thought went into it. Plus it's also a great way to allow players to revisit the same location that they saw in the first Alien movie as well.
Something big.
Honey, and you game anyways, so you might as well share the experience with lovely peeps. You met Croker Toad and his community at your beginnings and were always welcoming and supportive. They are dear to you and have a special place in your heart. Well, that's definitely great too, as well. And it's good that you've had that experience and that you've created those bonds as well. Because sometimes, you know, you just don't know, because like some streamers you might check out for a bit and then they're sort of like, you know, maybe there's something that they do or say that you're like, I don't know if I'd be welcome, you know, there or whatnot. So it's always good to find streamers and channels that you can really enjoy and then feel a part of and then create connections with. Rosie, you see a lot of ADHD streamers use it to finish games, and boy, it would help yours. Just one comment or just feeling like someone's watching makes a huge difference. Oh, I see, Rosie, yeah. Yeah, well, that's it too. You know, like, sometimes it's the small things or what others may, you know, think of as small things, but, you know, it might be a big thing for people. You know, they're the things that can, you know, either help or hinder sometimes, depending on what they are. You know, so it's good if there's some things that can, you know, help you out in the process.
There's an opening up ahead.
Oh my god.
Oh, shit.
Careful with what you touch. I don't want anything damaged.
It's amazing. How old must this be?
What is it? A cockpit? And make this a ship? I think we found our payload.
Hey, quiet!
What? You think we're gonna wake him? Hey, sorry, pal.
Can it? We're wasting time. Have a look around.
No, it's a life form.
It was a life form. Now it's our property. Salvage rights.
We need to stake our claim before anyone else does. The Isadora is not prepared for something this big.
Then we'll take what we can and come back. Have a look around and see what else is here.
Mama, we found something. Tracks.
Tracks?
Looks like something was dragged. But that's not all. You're not gonna like this.
What is it?
The track's laid here.
Same name that's on the flight recorder. Nostromo. Someone's already been here.
Maybe they abandoned ship and landed here.
I can see that. Shit.
If they were here before us, why is there no record of this place?
Well, if they're still alive, there goes our salvage.
Let's find out. I'll find the beacon and shut it off. Don't want anybody else finding this place. Foster, Heist, check out the cavern below.
So that there, the beacon. In Alien, when the Nostromo crew land on the planet, which doesn't have a name yet in Alien 1, but in the sequel Aliens, it's LV-426. When they land on the planet and they investigate this whole area, when Kane, one of their crew, gets face-hugged, it's urgent, so they've got to get him back to the ship, got to get him out of the area, so they don't think to turn the beacon off to stop other people from turning up on the planet. Fast forward 15 years later in this game, and the beacon, because it wasn't turned off, has still been broadcasting. And that's how Marlowe's crew have come across this same planet following that same distress call. And so they go down here, and as we're going to see, and this is a bit of a spoiler, but as we're going to see, a similar thing is going to happen to one of the Anisadora crew getting face-hugged, and what we're about to do now is shut down the beacon. So that'll prevent other people from finding it. Now, for those who haven't seen Alien, it might be like, well, that doesn't make sense then. If it gets named as a planet later on, and they turn the beacon off, how do they actually find it? Well, the thing is, Weyland-Yutani, who is the corporation that actually is looking for the alien and wants to get anything on it that they can, and all that kind of stuff, they know the planet where the distress beacon was actually sent from. So they know all that information. And so 57 years pass by the time of the movie Aliens, and in that time they've colonized the planet, and families and everything have actually lived there. So this game, having the beacon still active but then being turned off, still makes sure that it keeps things in continuity and it doesn't cause any plot holes for Aliens. And it fixes a plot hole, I guess, for Alien, because we never see in the Alien movie them turn off the beacon, which allowed the writers of this game to be like, okay, so the Nostromo crew didn't turn the beacon off. We can use that as part of our story to get a different crew there all these years later who happen to come across it. And this crew isn't just some random, crew. They're a crew that actually scours places and looks for salvage. And so they'd be on the lookout for any clue or any sign to let them know that there's possibly something that they could salvage. And so when they get the distress signal, they follow it, and then they get here and they're like, oh, cool, look at this. We can get this as salvage. This is our salvage rights, So logic and the steps that they take with the writing is done really well. And eventually, because Sevastopol is a central hub where a lot of spacecraft dock and spend some time there in between, missions and all that kind of stuff, because it's a centralized location, it makes sense that they would try to land on Sevastopol, and they do, of course, but they would use that and get there, and that's why the alien breaks loose, because everything goes wrong, and that's how Amanda Ripley comes into contact with that, because they found the flight recorder of the Nostromo, and Amanda's been looking for her mother for years, and so it makes sense from her perspective to be working in the same kind of field that her mother was, just in case she ends up getting an opportunity somehow to actually find out what happened to her. So all these things converge to create a logic in the writing that helps smooth over any kind of discrepancy or any sort of oh yeah, of course that would happen. Like I said before, they could have just been lazy and said, oh yeah, Amanda's just on a ship, she's just relaxing, and then the ship crashes on this planet, and on the planet there just so happens to be aliens. Oh, look at that. Another Ripley has come across the alien. They just crash landed. So I'm glad they put some thought into it and created this whole scenario as well. Honey, Twitch can help for many reasons. You would recommend to do it without expectations. Twitch has highs and lows. Dealing with that can be challenging at times, but in the end, it's important to do it, no expectations, and have fun with it, or use it in the purpose you choose it for. Exactly. And I think it's good to work that out as early as you can as well, because it can be daunting for new people who want to become a streamer because they see all these different kinds of streamers and different tactics and all that kind of stuff. And it can seem like, well, what do I do? Do I be like this streamer or do I be like that streamer? But the important thing is to look at what do you want to actually do yourself, regardless of what other streamers are doing. What kind of games do you gravitate towards? If a streamer is playing first-person shooter games, but you don't like first-person shooter games, don't stream first-person shooter games just because you see other streamers do it and you think that might be a good way to get people, to watch your stream. If you genuinely don't like that kind of game, just to use it as an example, then stream the kinds of games that you do like, because you will get the audience, because the people who are looking for people playing those games will actually eventually discover you, because they're like, I like action-adventure games. Everyone's streaming, a puzzle game or a real-time strategy game. Oh, look, there's someone playing this game that I haven't played before, haven't seen before, have played before, want to see what it's like for them. So there's all these factors that come into play. So it's definitely best to just, look at what you yourself want to do and go with that. And if you truly feel like you want to go into this area of genre or whatever it may be, then definitely go for it. But don't feel like you have to, at least early on, don't feel like you have to lock yourself into stone. You can change things. You can, create sort of like randomness a bit if you want as well. But at the same time, you also have to understand that there will be people who are just watching your stream because of the game that you're playing. And when you realize that that's one of the reasons, then it's good to be like, right, that's fine, that's fair enough. It's like if someone's channel surfing. They're not going to just watch a channel because there's nothing that they could find after switching to the first few channels. They'd be like, no, I'll keep on looking for something, So yeah. Honey, it's brilliant. It is, yeah, the way that they came up with that. No, I haven't played Alien or seen Alien Blackout. The emotional gut punch of Alien 3 is massive right from the get-go, but you still like it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think all the other aspects of the movie, like, it's a big thing to put aside what happens at the start of that movie. But I think if you look at the rest of the movie, and even if you still don't like the movie, it's fine, but at least with the rest of the movie, they did try and make it a suspense kind of thing to be different to what Aliens was as well.
What is this? I've never seen anything like it.
It's not human, I'm telling you that.
Honey, a lot of people, a lot of putting on a personality and make it sound great and amazing. You gravitate towards the more upfront, genuine people who show real ups and downs, and mostly be you. Trying to be a personality is exhausting. By being you, you will attract the people that are like-minded with you. Blackout was a mobile game, no longer available, that shows what happens after this game. Oh, yeah, I've actually read about that one, and how it continues on the story, and I think there's even comics as well that carry on after that too. But yeah, we've never actually gotten a big AAA sequel to this, unfortunately. But that's the best thing to go about it, you know, because you can only sort of like put on a personality for so long, you know. I mean, sure, there's people who can, and that's their shtick, and that's fine. But if you're someone who isn't capable of being that way and maintaining it, then you may as well not worry about trying to, because sooner or later, even if you fake it a lot, sooner or later you might slip up, and then people might be like, oh, you know. So, but everyone's different, you know, and everyone's looking for a different kind of streamer, so it just depends on what you're looking for. Exactly, honey, yeah. Hey, Lucinda, good morning to you. Welcome on in. I hope it's going well. Alien Isolation's going good. Just going to be doing a short stream, but we're in the middle of a flashback mission. The crew that ended up bringing the alien to Sevastopol, we're doing the flashback to how that happened. But yeah, it's going good. Neo the space jockey. Exactly. That's it. And you can view the playthrough on YouTube in like 30 to 40 minute video. Oh, so it's that short, is it? Oh. Yeah, because I mean, I wasn't sure how long the game might be. Hey, Soupy. How's things been? Hope it's going well. Imagine being a human looking at this place and thinking, this is a brilliant idea. Nothing could go wrong because we're smart. Oh, yeah, I mean, wouldn't this make a great holiday destination as well? I mean, like, open space, nice view. You can see a little bit of the sky, fog. Excellent. Honey, mean you think? Let me double check. That's fair enough, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, I don't think we'll ever get an actual, like, you know, big sequel to this, but it would have been cool if we did. So it's under 1 hour and 40 to 50 minutes. Cool. Well, it's pretty good that it's a short experience. Rosie, unique fauna? Exactly. I mean, what's not to love about this whole area? Wonder if Marlo says anything if we try to go out the way that we came. No, game won't let us. Honey, it helps with the story of Amanda. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing too, like, imagine going through all this and then not getting home and then being like, oh shit, you know, have to do this all over again. Super legit. Look, who looked at this and thought it was a good idea in any capacity? Exactly. They needed their head read, I think. You can't run in this part as well. This is the top speed. I mean, running causes accidents after all, so safety first.
Meeks, I found the beacon. I'm gonna check it out.
Disable the distress beacon.
Don't know what happened, but the beacon stopped broadcasting.
Marley, you have got to see this. It's amazing.
On my way.
It's amazing. Neo Arnold eats face huggers for breakfast. Yeah. Could you imagine though? Listen to distress bacon. Sizzling. Sizzle. Sizzler. Sizzling. Honey, but bacon is definitely delicious. It really is. Yeah, Neo bacon. Nice emote. Rosie, so to cook a face hugger you would probably need to heavily reduce the acid by boiling. Yeah, I think that would be one of the top things to do. But yeah, I couldn't imagine eating a face hugger. Ugh. Who knows, maybe it'll taste like chicken.
This place just keeps on giving. Here, strap yourself in.
Honey, they only want a hug. Exactly. That's all they want. They just don't know their own strength. Rosie, at which point it should become fairly sweet and make an excellent base for a sauce. You would imagine it tastes like freshwater crab, maybe. It might, or it might taste like octopus or something like that. Yeah, Neo, mouse from the Matrix. He's actually another Australian actor who used to be on a show called Home and Away.
want to know more. Everything. Where's your ship? If we can break the comms lockdown, what are the codes to bring it in on auto?
If you want more, then you need to get me out of here.
Not happening, Marlowe.
Is that right? Well, you know where I am.
Wait. My board in the tech spire just lit up like a Christmas tree. It's here.
Plan B. Set it up.
Whatever's happening, I want in.
Okay, this way. Got something here you'll need.
Collect the flamethrower. Don't mind if I do.
Let's hope this thing works.
It's an animal. Animals are afraid of fire.
I hope you're right.
I've got a plan to trap it. Take a transit car and meet Ricardo in the Sys-Tech spire. I'll coordinate from here.
Before I get ahead of myself, look at the video guide so I can get the things in the order in which the guide gets them, so I don't confuse myself. Alright, so they get the flamethrower, they exit the area where you get it from. So they're going to the archive log first.
You're not gonna cause problems, right?
Let's have a look-see. What have we got? First trap gone. Waits, we're a trap down. The creature set off explosives as we... I'll start again. First trap gone. Waits, we're a trap down. The creature set off explosives we set in the habitation tower, and I'm hearing reports of damage to the spaceflight terminal docks. I don't think we put a dent in it. There's activity in San Cristobal, so maybe it's gone back. Find a way over to the SciMed Tower Transit. Hope to God the sensors and medical reception are still online. Arrest sheets 11-13-2137. Cell 2 Marlowe Henry. Crime number status indefinite incarceration. 11-18-2137. Cell 1 Tanaka Mike. Crime number 342. Drunk and disorderly. Status night in the cells to sober up. Left off with a warning. 12-2137. Cell 3 Webster Robert. Crime number 343. Domestic incident. Status released due to on-station security breach. That's those ones, and take note of them. Alright, so that's entry 70. And 71. And then next they go and get some more archive logs in a different spot. Rosie, I think you could eat the eggs whole given that the shell is alive. Oh man. Crunchy. So Lucy Taylor is out of action for a little bit. Crooked, thank you for redeeming the random Assassin's Creed character quote. Bene. There we go. No, just kidding. You know me, I wouldn't do something like that seriously as the redeem. It's like in Red Dead Redemption 2 when someone redeems the Red Dead Redemption 2 character quote and I'm like, sure. Because that's something that Arthur says. Crooked enough said, honestly wouldn't have minded. Ben. Okay, so I've got a quote. When my boy died, I fought... Sorry, I'll start again. When my boy died, I fought back with rage and anger, but this only made them stronger. We are all different, but we fought together to put Cleopatra on the throne. This was a mistake, my friends, but at least it brought us together. Now our enemies are hidden behind crowns, working in the shadows of kings and queens. Who are the ones that work in the shadows for the people? We are. Something has come of all of this, and it starts right now. We must continue the fight and defend the free will of the people. And no matter how small, our brotherhood is the only hope, and our kingdom needs no crowns. What we believe in, our values, our creed, will unify us. And I promise that for all the sons of Egypt, I will be the father I was not that day in Siwa. Indeed, Crooked, the birth of the Brotherhood. Thanks for redeeming that. No worries at all, Senny. It definitely is a great quote. Yeah, it's probably one of my favorite. I guess there's so many bits of dialogue that are awesome in Origins, but it's probably one of my favorite bits of, like a speech kind of thing in the game. It's just so good. But yeah, thank you for redeeming that, Senny. Muchly appreciated. Honey, you mean all you really needed to do to eat it is let it do its job. Hug your face, shove the thing down your throat, and voila, you have a very rare embryo in your stomach. Bon appetit. Yeah, yeah. And then others can enjoy, the fruits of that. Crooked, eyes look when Bike says the end of that quote. Oh yeah, Crooked. And that's the great thing too. That's probably one of the other great things about Assassin's Creed Origins is just if you look at each character in the cutscenes and you look at what they're doing, what expressions they have, it's just so well done. It's not there's no blank stares. It's just so well done. Shaky, thank you for redeeming the Alien movie quote. Okay, so I've got one. Ash, can you hear me? Ash. Yes, I can hear you. What was your special order? You read it. I thought it was clear. What was it? Bring back life form. Priority 1. All other priorities rescinded. The damn company. What about our lives, you son of a bitch? I repeat, all other priorities are rescinded. How do we kill it, Ash? There's got to be a way of killing it. How? How do we do it? You can't. That's bullshit. You still don't understand what you're dealing with, do you? The perfect organism. Its structural perfection is matched only by its hostility. You admire it. I admire its purity. A survivor, unclouded by conscience, remorse, or delusions of morality. Well, I don't. I've heard enough of this, and I'm asking you to pull the plug. Last words? What? I can't lie to you about your chances, but you have my sympathies. We're gonna blow up the ship. We'll take our chances and blow up the ship. Exactly, Honey Lil, that's it. Rosie, then you cook that as sort of a beef xenomorph turducken and put some sauce all over it. Honey Lil, which is sort of a xeno cow. A xeno cow. A xeno cow, a xeno pig, a xeno, horse, whatever, whatever it might be. Shaky damn Wayland Yutani. Oh yeah, exactly. They don't give a shit. Neo, you have my sympathies. The way that Ian Holm does that whole bit is just so well done. Hey there, Ed. Hope it's going well. Impounded. Week beginning 11/11/2137. Marlow H. Ammunition and weaponry various. Marlow H. Level 3 Plasma Shear. Unauthorized. Marlow H. Wayland Yutani Proprietary Flight Recorder Unit USC SS Nostromo. Marlow H. Watch, wallet, and personal effects. Marlow H. Suspected contraband medical supplies. Pharmax, nap relief, no duty stamps. Oh.
Wait, it's Dr. Lingard. I've just examined a patient with, well, I've never seen anything like it. It's some kind of unknown parasite. I did a quick check on the name they gave me, and there's no one registered under it at Sevastopol. I think she came on board recently. Do you know anything about this? I have no idea what Sinclair and his men were doing, but this should have been picked up during quarantine. Who knows what else they've let through? The patient and her captain are waiting for me in the examination room. Get down here now.
Alright, so that is those ones. Alright, so these two are more examples of the guide that I'm looking at going and collecting things that the game expects you to get later on, but you can actually access it earlier if you wish. So I need to make note of that. So 103 and 104. No, Honey Lil, no, I haven't played Breath Edge before. Haven't heard of it either. Hey, I can't lie to you about your chances, but you have my sympathy. Shock me. Yeah, it's very, very cold and ruthless when he says that dialogue. Hey, Tingar, welcome on in. It is a great game, yeah. Yeah, I really like this game a lot. And it's not my first playthrough, no. First playthrough was 2016, because I waited until I had an Xbox One before getting it, and really, really enjoyed it. And so I've tried to play it at least once a year since. Honey, this game has many details, and it's crazy how so many people miss out on all the details by fear and running away from the threat. Yeah, I mean that's the thing too. Like there are moments where you can sort of like admire the environment and have a look in detail, but then there's moments where you don't really have that luxury because the alien might pop out at any time and mess you up. Neither of those shaky. No, no, I haven't played the Godfather game or the Scarface game, but I know that the Scarface game um, makes it that Tony Montana didn't actually get killed in the movie and continue it on from there, which I thought was funny. Excellent games, both of those. It's interesting how many. I'm surprised they didn't do like a Goodfellas game as well. I mean, it's a survival game in space. Survival in space with many references to many games and very humorous jokes. There's a reference of a Xeno in it. Oh, cool. Because I really do like parodies, especially parodies that like focus on the thing that they're making fun of. They don't just throw anything in or references to just anything. They actually make it really good.
We should talk about what happened in San Cristobal. Now, it was a nasty business, and I understand that you want to deal with it as quietly and quickly as possible. But I wanted to make sure you didn't do anything rash. I'm talking about catching the specimen without killing it. If we play it smart, we could be set up for life. I have the connections. I can set it up. You're getting old, Waits, so you can't do this forever. And what are you going to do when Sevastopol closes? You have my number. Ransom out.
That's right, Casper. Yeah, we're doing multiple playthroughs to celebrate the 10th anniversary, so this is just phase 1. 102, retirement plan. Okay, so now the guide that I'm looking at goes for the ID tag. Honey Little, it's very animated. You really enjoy it. Oh, cool. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to find a good parody of things because sometimes parodies can just be a bit lazy feeling. Like they thought, we'll just throw this in because it's, making fun of something else that's not actually related to what we're making fun of initially. Now, you must admit you always laugh when Ash gets disconnected. Yeah, the look on his face, the smile that he's got and everything. Okay, so this ID tag belongs to W. Woodbury. Last known location, Colonial Marshal Bureau. ID code 7035. Okay, so we'll make note of that. Okay, so if I have a look at the ID tags that I've collected so far, I'll count them up. Alright, so we've got 24 ID tags so far. And there's 50 of them. So we're almost halfway. Just about halfway. Honey Little, they did a cover of a magazine that was a mix of Star Wars and a sort of BDSM. It's meant to be humoristic, but does have some light sexual references, but you feel it was done with taste. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing too. There's definitely ways to approach things and do them in such a way that is, more about a taste thing, instead of just blatant out and out sort of like, depravity or anything like that. Okay, so the next collectible that they get is Nostromo Log number 2. Neo, what was your favorite of the Dark Pictures anthology series? Legion is not scared of the game is scared of Legion. There's a horror quote. Oh, sorry, Arctic, you have the same color as Neo. I just realized. Neo, what was your favorite of the Dark Pictures anthology series? So my favorite one is actually still Little Hope, which was the second one that they did. The reason why is because I really like, I like a lot of horror, but I also like horror that covers witchcraft and witches and things like that. So Little Hope was definitely right up my alley. Plus, it's got a lot of homages to Silent Hill as well. So it's also got that going for it as well. But yeah, Little Hope's still my favorite one. However, if I had to look at them all so far, I would definitely say that the best one is House of Ashes. And Salim is the fucking best character in that game. I mean, yeah, Jason is also a great character in that game too. But Salim is just, he's the MVP of that game. So yeah, Little Hope's my favorite one, but the one that I think is the best is actually House of Ashes. Arctic, Legion is not scared of the game. The game is scared of Legion. That happens to you too. Yeah, because sometimes they'll just run on and be like, oh yeah, oh hang on, different names. But yeah, it reminds me of, number one, that quote from Watchmen, but also it reminds me there's a quote that I like to mention sometimes that sort of sums up my feelings about the horror genre in general. And in the game Shadow Man, the first one that they did, there's a line where the main character says, the horror, I embrace it. And ever since I heard that, I was like, that's a really cool line. So that's how I feel about horror as a genre. It's like, I embrace it, I love it. It became my favorite. My first love was action, growing up, watching a lot of Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. But as I got older and became a horror fan, horror became my number one genre. So yeah, I love horror stuff. Neo, you missed an earlier mistake. That's okay, Neo. That's no trouble at all. Shaky, it's an omelette du homage. Please, everybody, clap at once for that joke. Omelette. Honey Little, they were all amazing. House of Ashes is your favorite as well due to loving vampires. Oh, nice, Honey Little. That's cool. Yeah, it's interesting because I used to have my channel name used to be Rod Zombie Gamer, and you would think by that zombies were my favorite horror creature. And while they are one of my favorites, my actual favorite horror creature in fiction, though, is vampires. So I definitely want to get to some vampire games this year. I'd love to go back and replay Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver, because I haven't played that for a long time. I played only 2 in that series, Soul Reaver 1 and 2. I've never played Blood Omen, and then Blood Omen 2 and Defiance. I think it's Defiance, isn't it? But yeah, I'd like to get to them at some point. Neo, nice one. You really love the setting in Man of Medan. Devil in Me was really cool. You liked them all. Little Hope was great. That twist at the end got you good. Yeah, I mean, the twist is kind of very divisive amongst fans, but I don't mind it because I feel the way that it was done makes it very impactful, because it's more of a character internal psychological kind of thing. But it's definitely understandable if that kind of ending is definitely not an ending that you think it is how it should have ended or something like that, I think your head is color-coded, is it? It's like, this is blue, this is green, and someone's like, no, that's red. No. This is blue. Crooked, you love Watchmen. Rorschach especially was an interesting anti-heroic protagonist. Absolutely, Crooked. Yeah, I mean, Jackie Earl Haley, who played him, did such a great job, and he's also in The Evil Within as well as Ruvik, the villain in that game. Neo Vamps Rock, Interview with a Vampire for the win. That was a great movie. Yeah, Interview with a Vampire, or The Vampire, which is it? The what do you call it? The Mandela effect coming into play there for me, I think. Nice one, Crooked. Rod Vampire Gamer next year. Hey, who knows? You never know. What's an egg's favorite vacation spot? New York City. Oh dear, Hermione, thank you so much for redeeming that. Vacation spot, New York City. Excellent. Arctic, imagine if you realized you were colorblind. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like how do... I mean, obviously you can, you learn about it, but I mean, if you didn't know that color blindness was a thing, imagine not realizing that it was something like that. Honey Law, you love vampires, zombies, and any dark story. Alice Madness Returns, Liza P, Bloodborne. Oh, nice, cool. Yeah, I don't mind werewolves as well, but yeah, they sort of, they rank lower for me than vampires and zombies do, but there's some interesting ones. Yeah, Neo, that's a great quote from Last Action Hero. I love that scene too. Trying to convince him that he's actually a character in a movie, played by Arnold Schwarzenegger, and it's like, famous comedian Arnold Braunschweiger, Schwarzenegger, Gesundheit, I think is how the rest of it goes.
Ripley, you on your way?
Yeah.
Ricardo's moving in ahead of you. I've sent your guy Samuels to android processing. Once this thing's dead, I'm gonna get him to access Apollo and lift the lockdown.
Samuel's okay doing that?
Guy said he wanted to help, and I have my hands full here. Besides, he's a synthetic. Should be easier for him to get in there.
I guess.
Look, Ripley, we're the only people standing between Sevastopol and outright disaster.
Outright disaster has already happened, Waits. All we can do now is kill that fucker.
Hermione, that worked perfect with the Arnie accent. Thank you, Hermione. Yeah. There's just certain words that have more oomph to them when Arnie says them. Yeah, Lucinda, excellent. Honey Lil, you also relate to Harley Quinn, Alice, and Sally. That's understandable, yeah. I mean, there's definitely a lot of characters that you can find, things about them. Even in characters that, are anti-heroes as well.
Think of your fellow passengers. Take your trash with you.
Neo, damn, you can't redeem another custom Arnie. Yeah, Neo, a little bit of a cooldown on that one. Honey Little agree with the Lycans? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're one of those creatures that It's interesting, the similarities between vampires, werewolves, and zombies is that if you get bitten by any of them, you get turned into them. Rosie Salim, what a Chad beast. He's such a great character. Look forward to playing those games again. Neo, well done. Thanks, Neo. Honey Lou, you don't think vampires should be pregnant due to them being dead and not aging? Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a thing to consider as well. Hang on. Yeah, I called the wrong one. Afro, what does the tracker track actually like? Is picking up noise made by the alien or something else? So it picks up noise made by the alien, made by androids, but also made by other humans that are hostile as well. And it gives you also an indicator as to where your next objective is located. So that symbol that's up the top of the tracker right now, that's an indicator of where the objective is. But it can change as you move forward, so you've got to keep an eye on it. You can also have the tracker held out, and if you want to quickly see ahead, you can hold down a button to shift focus from the tracker to what's in front of you, and switch back and forth when you need. But if you use the tracker near an enemy, they can actually hear the tracker beeping, so you can't rely on it when the enemy's like literally a few feet away from you. My favorite zombie movie, Honey Lil, is Day of the Dead. Dawn of the Dead's a great one, the original. But yeah, my favorite one is Day of the Dead, the original, because there is a remake of it. I think there's 2 remakes now. But yeah, Day of the Dead would be my favorite. Neo, Dawn, Day, Night, and Return are timeless classics. It can get you caught directly, you've heard. It can, Neo. It definitely can. Yeah, you gotta be careful. Like, it's good to rely on it for some stuff, but not over-rely on it. But yeah, they are timeless classics, those movies. I actually saw them in reverse order. Like, this was when Day of the Dead was the last movie that he had done. The last zombie movie, back when that was the latest one, so to speak. Not back when it came out, because I was only 2 years old when it came out. But I watched that first, and then Dawn, and then Night. But I still enjoyed them all, though.
I'm in the Systex Spire.
Ripley, heads up. I'm reading lots of malfunctioning systems in your area.
Shaky, you'd love a video game based on scanners. Now that would be interesting, especially when you come across other scanners as well, and having to fend off their psychic attacks on you and stuff. Hermione, you're not big into zombie movies, but a game you really like is Dead Rising. Oh yeah, Dead Rising's so cool. It's definitely an interesting concept as well, with the 72 in-game hours, and what I liked about it is, of course, something that the sequels carry over, but not 100% the same, giving you more days in Dead Rising 3 and 4 than just the 3, but the idea of having 3 days to do the story, or you can just go and have fun and explore and do whatever, and all your progress with leveling up and what you unlock carries over when you restart from the start again. You know, so I really like that kind of thing. Plus being able to use multiple things as weapons, and also in humorous ways as well, was really, really cool. Alright, let's have a look at the guide, where it's put me. Okay, so it's not until we get to the server hub objective.
My friend said he saw it. So some people get away. If we see it, we just run.
The creature's here.
You heard the lady. Let's go.
Honey Little, you haven't seen the classics. You started with which movie? The 3. So back when Day of the Dead was the third and last zombie movie by George Romero, I watched that first, and then the second one, which was Day of the Dead, and then the first one, which was Night. Which, you know, if you think about the order in which, you know, if you're going to follow the cycle of days, it would be, you know, dawn, then day, and then night. But yeah, but I watched day first, and then dawn, and then night. And then in 2004, when I think it was 2004, when Land of the Dead came out, which was the fourth one, I ended up watching that, but I haven't seen the other ones because he did more than that after Land. Thanks for redeeming, Casper, the no tracker. So for the next 15 minutes of real time, I can't use the tracker. Neo, Tom Savini's a master. He's up there with Winston, Nicotero, and Boutine. Oh yeah, yeah. It's his work is just, you know, phenomenal. And when you think about the fact that he was a war photographer during Vietnam and the kinds of things that he would have seen, and you know, obviously, subconsciously, a lot of things would have come to his mind when creating.
The creature's here. You need to leave.
There's nowhere to go.
The mall outside the Marshal Bureau is the safest place.
Okay, thanks.
When creating, you know, the effects of zombies and, you know, people who've been killed and stuff. Hermione, yeah, that's a weird take on New Game Plus. What you do is you... Oh, and you liked Overtime Mode. A weird take on your New Game Plus. What you do is you just play a little into it, level up a bit, and then intentionally let Frank die to restart with more skills. Yeah, that's definitely a good tactic to use. Because it keeps things a bit fresh, because you might not want to have to, you know, go through all this stuff only to have to restart anyway. So you may as well restart as early as possible. Oh, were you, Honey Lil? You were 1 year old when you watched, when Day of the Dead came out. You're not super familiar with them. You did watch Dawn of the Dead with your son last Friday. Oh, you did? Oh, really? You know, Dennis Hopper's cigar bill was almost as much as the budget of the film. It's funny when you think about celebrities and all that, and their sort of like requirements that they have.
Wait, the creature. How are we going to seal it in?
The spire was built to process high-value compounds dredged up from the gas giant. Piracy precautions are still in place. The tower can be shut off, vents, doors, everything. So, you build a cage around the creature, then Ricardo locks it down.
Yeah, Neo, for sure. Honey Little Zombies used to scare the hell out of you. When you watched the Mila Resident Evil first movie in the theater, you had to leave when she wakes up in the White Room. You had a sort of panic attack. Oh, really? Oh, no. Yeah, that's something to consider too with horror movies and stuff, is that sort of like feeling that it might create, and that sort of reaction that can happen. you know, Resident Evil 2, the remake, actually made zombies frightening again. And they take a lot of bullets as well, like, it's not just, you know, 2 headshots and they're dead or something. It's, unless you have a shotgun or a Magnum or the what are they called? The not high quality, but the high powered bullets for Claire's gun. Your old honey Lil. It happens to us all. And then the ones who make fun of the people who are old end up having fun made of them by people who are younger than them, you know. It's the cycle that goes on. That's why I'm always amused by the generation thing, you know what I mean? Like, I know each generation has a certain name, but I'm like, it doesn't matter to me, you know. It's like star signs, you know, people are like, well, every Scorpio is like this. Every Virgo is like this. It's like, well, no. Maybe there's some Virgos that act like Scorpios, you know. So it's like one generation may have a certain way of going about things, but there might be people in that generation who are more like the generation above or below them, you know.
Entrance is dead ahead. Use the terminal in reception to open the door.
Neo, yeah, still lunging at you with half a face. The detail is very well done. Oh, absolutely, you know. Those really, really gruesome things. Honey Little, you got obsessed with zombies. Once you saw Zombieland, it made you less scared of them. And then you got into horror only maybe 10 years ago. You tend to get along with some 10 years older, some 10 years younger. Anyone really, as long as they are genuine and respectful. That's it. You know, like, some people make generalizations that say all young people are this way, which isn't true. I mean, obviously there are some that are like that, but that doesn't mean that every one of them is, you know. But that's fair enough too. You know, there's some things like, one of the things that I used to do when I was a child to cope with scary things was to think of, because I was, you know, when I was growing up, I watched the real Ghostbusters animated series. So I used to think to myself, you know, as a child, it's like, you know, what would the Ghostbusters do? They wouldn't be afraid of a ghost, would they? You know, that kind of stuff. The kinds of things that you tell yourself as a child to try and stop yourself from being afraid of things. But, you know, there can be things that we experience that then create a situation where we no longer feel frightened by the same things that we used to, you know. Okay, so the guide doesn't go to that. Get to the server hub is the objective. Okay, so the redeem to not use the tracker was 8 minutes ago, so still have a little bit to go before I can use the tracker again. Neil, what was the first movie you saw that not only scared you to death as a kid but made you curious about horror? For me, it was the original A Nightmare on Elm Street. Oh shit, Crooked. I forgot. I overlooked your comment. Sorry, dude. You disagree. Generalizations are awesome because it means you have to think less about the individual. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a way to put it, you know, and that's how some people, in seriousness, you know, actually treat stuff as well, you know, so, but yeah, it's like, couldn't be bothered trying to recognize individualistic things. It's like, no, that person is just the same as all these other people, you know. Honeylil agreed. Neo, that was awesome. You need to speak to that Walter Peck prick. Walter Peck. I mean, what a name, too, for him to have. Crooked, unfortunately, that is true. It really is, you know. Some conflicts could be resolved if it was just a recognition of not like a generalized thing about people. Honey, little needless to say, you're stuck in your parents' bed. Your cousins live hours away, so you were sleeping there. The Freddy movies are actually the ones you haven't touched yet, by choice. Maybe one day. Your trauma from it is still unresolved. I mean, the other thing too, like, the movies themselves actually ended up becoming more comedy horror. Bless you, NPC.
Don't make noise. Don't run. Get to the Marshal Bureau.
Okay, thanks. The code for the transit office is 0482 if you need supplies. We're gonna die here. You know that, right?
Got a bad feeling about this, so we'll just wait here for a little bit. You know, Wes Craven was inspired by the true stories of the Haitian people dying in their dreams. That's true, yeah. It's interesting too when people come up with stuff, what elements they pick from different things, because you had that, and then when he was a child, he remembers this stranger that was out the front of where he was living, and the stranger was looking up at him and staring, and he looked away and hid. This is Wes Craven as a child, and waited a little bit, and when he popped his head back up and looked back out the window, the guy was still staring at him. And that was one of the other elements that inspired him for A Nightmare on Elm Street. And then you had, when he was a kid at high school, he was bullied by someone named Freddy, you know. So it's interesting, all these different, you know, elements that come together that creative people can put together into something that ends up being, you know, a phenomenon. But it's ironic because the studios that he shopped the idea around to are like, no one's going to find this scary because it's people dreaming. They're going to know it's not real because the character's dreaming. Where's the fear in that? But they didn't understand that it's the concept of, if you die in your dream, you die for real, and how scary that would be for someone to actually think could happen to them if they go to sleep one night, you know, like, because when we go to sleep, we're like, oh yeah, go and have a rest, get some sleep, nice comfortable bed, and then fall asleep, and then we sleep, and then, you know, we might dream and then wake up and we're like, oh yeah. But imagine if you didn't. Imagine if you had a dream and you died in the dream and then someone found your body dead. And it was like, oh shit, what happened here? You died in your dream. Like, thinking that could happen, like, that is where the fear is. And that's what the story was speaking to as well. So it's interesting when ideas get rejected and why they get rejected, and the irony of the fact that the thing they're being rejected for is the literal point of the thing, you know, and that's what makes it successful. Because when that movie came out, it really, really had an impact, and that's why they did a sequel the next year after, I think it was. I think it was only a year after the first that they did the second. Okay, so I've got 1 more minute left where I can't use the tracker. Honey Lil, yes, now you agree with that, but back then, they were scary as fuck, like The Exorcist. You didn't find it scary, but you were left very unsettled with the quick, disturbing images your brain perceives unconsciously while watching it. That's true, and that movie also uses a lot of, techniques with putting subliminal imagery between frames, like the scary face, that some people might miss because they might just be blinking at the moment that it actually happens, But if you freeze frame, you can see, things like that to play on the mind. Yes, Robert Englund told that story so well. Well done once again, Rod. You unfortunately saw The Exorcist when you were 6. It was horrifying. I imagine at that age it would be. Like, holy shit, yeah. But he does. Robert Englund, like, I could listen to him talk for hours. You see interviews with him and all that kind of stuff. Honey Lil, you're so afraid to hurt your parents when you slept and would clench your hands in a fist, so if it would come out through you, it would hurt your arms before hurting your parents. Yeah, like dreaming don't mess with your sleep. Whenever Freddy comes in your nightmares, you always kick his behind, often run him over with a car. You're not scared of him in your dreams. Yeah, well that's it too. It's a way for the mind to cope with, even though, it's not a real figure in reality. But the dreaming state is definitely where our minds can play tricks on us as well. Hey there, Thavo. Welcome. How's it going? You see the flamethrower action is here. Nice. Absolutely, Thavo. We've got the flamethrower ready for when it's needed. Okay, so it's been 16 minutes since that was redeemed for the no tracker, so I can use the tracker again. Which is good, because now I can see the objective marker to know where not to go. Because I'm trying to find a very specific room. Now, you love the long lingering shots in that film. It gives time for the scenes to breathe, unlike today's films with quick cuts and flashy edits. You'd recommend deep sleep music, man, it's relaxing. Yeah, well that's it too, like frequencies that the brain, when it latches onto it, can, cause like different reactions, and for some it can help them, go to sleep and stuff like that. Delta waves, is it? Yeah. But yeah, sometimes, I mean, it depends. Like, sometimes movies can be too slow-paced. And for some people, that can ruin even a movie that ends up ramping things up halfway through. But some movies do rush things too much as well at the same time. Neo, Lawrence of Arabia. Still haven't seen that movie, actually. Come to think of it. You've noticed some songs have low messages and stuff. When you realize that, you're like, what am I really listening to? Sometimes you wonder. You don't have to fully hear or see it for your mind to register it. Yeah, well, that's it. Like our brains can be very perceptive and receptive without us 100% consciously being aware of it. And that won't open. Okay, so this guide that I'm looking at doesn't really give me any lead in to where I need to go. Oh, yes it does, hang on. Workplace solutions. That's what I need. Might not even be on this level. Neo, you're a Slipknot fan, so it's usually a full sonic assault on the senses. It's great. You love all music, though. For a metalhead, your horizon's pretty broad. Yeah, and that's the thing, too. Like, there's so many different styles and all that kind of stuff that you might sort of, like, start off listening to one kind of band or music, and then you're like, oh, this is cool. Someone else does something similar, or they might even do, you know, something that is slightly different and original. Honeylul, not saying you're paranoid of brainwashing and stuff, but you feel they should identify or at least show the lyrics of any low sound used that is barely perceptible, because we honestly don't know. Yeah, that's understandable as well, because some things just don't get detected necessarily by people. Neo, the messenger in that Vegas dome seemed pretty dodgy during the latest U2 concert. Messages, sorry. Oh, did it? Yeah, I don't listen to their stuff, so I haven't really seen much. I mean, the only U2 stuff I listened to in the past was the Kiss Me, Kill Me, whatever the rest of I can't remember the rest of the name of the song, but it was in the Batman Forever soundtrack, and then Elevation for the first Tomb Raider movie soundtrack. They're the only two songs from theirs that I actually actively listen to. It's a Beautiful Day, or whatever it's called. I've heard that before, but didn't seek it out. It's just one of those things, coming across it and hearing it. This doesn't... Is this a new message? Let's have a look. Pointless requests, hardware problems. I think these are new messages that weren't here earlier. Alright, so in that case, I need to backtrack, because if these are new messages, the video guide hasn't gone there yet that I'm looking at. Okay, so now it's going to. Alright, so I just need to go in reverse to where they went before. Okay, so there's a cut between the two. Alright, so I need to backtrack and find... because otherwise I'll just get confused later on if I don't follow the guide, getting the things in the order in which they do. So it has to be somewhere that they didn't need to backtrack to. Because this guide I'm looking at, it goes to the things that you can access when you can access them. And there's some things that you can't access until later. So the ones that you can't interact with until later aren't shown in the guide until you reach the point where you can actually do it. But there are some that you can actually get either earlier on or later as well. But in this guide that I'm looking at, when there's that situation, they get that earlier rather than later. Honey Lou, you listen to a lot of the Calm app, and the song playlists have those low words spammed here and there, but you don't know what it says, so you stop listening as you felt it was unsettling for you. You still listen to other stuff from the app. That's definitely fair enough. For sure. You know, and you got to take care of yourself, you know, so there's no point exposing yourself to things that you are uncomfortable with or are causing, you know, whether it's irritation or whether it's, you know, anxiety. That's okay, Honey Lil. No need to apologize. It's definitely fine. I don't mind people having long comments either, as well. Because, I mean, obviously if someone just came in and spammed nonsense, that'd be one thing. As in, you know, someone just put a random amount of letters and numbers in chat. You know, obviously I'd be like, hey, you know. But I don't mind long messages and stuff in chat as well. Neo, neither, but it made the news apparently. Checked it out, and yeah, the subliminal messages was quite alarming. Oh wow. I mean, that's the thing. There's some artists and bands you wouldn't necessarily think would do that kind of thing as well. This alien is hiding pretty well, or your stealth is on fleek. It is better to type that very same thing. Yeah. But that's okay. I definitely don't mind. But yeah, it's funny, the amount of sounds that the alien's been making above us, it's like, I'm surprised that it hasn't just, you know, popped out. Arctic, like you. Oh man, Arctic, that's a long message. I don't know. Though, well, better not poke the bear then. That's true. It's like the alien can just do what it wants to do over there, somewhere else, you know, not anywhere near where we are, kind of thing. And like, if it's a subliminal message that calms, fine, but write what it says in the description of the song at least. It's also why you're cautious of meditation videos on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too. It's good to sort of like screen those things before you commit to, you know, relying on them. So you can sort of like suss that stuff out. though, this is one aspect of the game you actually like, looting and looking around with the alien going here and there. It gives a sense of underlined stress in some strange way. It really does, and it gives you the feeling of sticking your neck out as well, and that risk factor of, there's something to loot over there. Should I do it, or should I wait till later? I will do it now, and then it's like, gotcha. Or you can be like, I'll get it later, and then you're like, oh, phew, that was good, because the alien ended up going there. Alright, so that's not where I needed to go to get to the point in the guide that I'm trying to find in my game. This whole part that I just did, you don't actually have to do it.
What's wrong with this station?
It's always been falling apart, but because of the decommission, a lot of the systems have been shut down. Add to the fact that everyone's too busy trying to stay alive to maintain anything, and you end up with goddamn chaos.
But yeah, this whole part that I triggered, you don't actually have to do it. You can go through the whole game without triggering it. But I wanted to explore and see if I could figure out where I need to get to be where the guide is showing me the next thing is that I want to get in the proper order. Neo, apparently the great John Carpenter loves Dead Space so much it might push him back into the director's chair for a film. Yeah. There's also a game that he worked on or endorsed or something. It's coming out too. Though actually you would mostly play the game in permadeath, so that really made things a lot worse in that sense. Oh, absolutely. And it's also too, if you were to do it as like a restart the whole game thing, that'd be like, holy shit. Honey Lil, were you about to take a work break and eat breakfast and watch a show with your son? You went through all of The Walking Dead, Fear the Walking Dead, and The Walking Dead World Beyond. Now you're on Supernatural. You also watched Train to Busan last Friday before Dawn of the Dead. You want to watch the Buffy the Vampire Slayer with him, but not sure if he'll love. And it was your second time seeing it, first for your son. Your son isn't young, well, he's tall, 6'2", but he'll always be your baby. The quality time you make each morning for show and breakfast is priceless. Not looking forward to when he moves out, so we'll enjoy it. He did say you might want to keep the tradition going, which really warmed your heart. Like, if you still manage to watch one show per day of the same series, even if not together. Yeah, I mean, that's cool to have sort of like something that you can both share and enjoy in, mutual interests and stuff as well. But yeah, those movies and shows, I haven't seen beyond the second season of The Walking Dead or the other spin-off stuff. And Train to Busan is a movie that I still haven't seen yet, actually. Didn't they do a sequel? Neo, Train to Busan, great film, almost got you in tears at the end. Your mum says the same. That's cool. That's sweet. Toxic Commando looks great. That's the name of it? Yeah, Toxic Commando. Exactly, Thavo, that's right. You gotta do what you gotta do. Restart was your nightmare. Oh, man. And imagine doing that on nightmare mode, too, as well. Alright, so I've stopped the video guide I'm looking at a certain spot. Just want to do the process of elimination. Even if this isn't the right way to go to get where I need to go, at least I'll know for sure 100%. Now you're going to get laughed at here, but you've just started watching Stranger Things. Oh, I haven't even actually seen it at all. So you're one up on me on that. Though, yep, Nightmare was the way to go, but you did enjoy it fairly more, you'd have to say. I've only done this game on Nightmare mode once, but it was definitely an experience. Okay, game. Don't know what brought that bit of burst of music spike on, but there we go. Thank you for leaving the lurk, Honey Lil. Muchly appreciated. Neo, well, it's 2 a.m. You're going to sign off for the night. Take care, Rod, and chat. I'll see you next time. That's okay, Nick. Thank you so much for being here. I hope that you have a good rest as well. And it is just past midnight here. So I hope you have a good one, Neo. Thanks for being here and chatting for a bit. You take care as well. So what I need to do is I need to go to the transit station. Because it's in the Lorenz Systech Spire. Oh, that's no problem at all, Neo. Here we go. Workplace solutions. This is where I needed to go through. And here's the door. Transit coordination. For those who haven't played this game before, that little mini game I did there, it doesn't lock it in for you and then you just have to use the right control stick to select the inputs and then press the right ones. You still have to hold down the left control stick in the position that actually lit all that up, so you could actually put the code in. And each time you accidentally let go, it actually resets what the combination is for that. So it's one of those things where, yeah, you have to hold down the left control stick in place while moving the right control stick around and get the combination input before the time runs out on it. And you can imagine if you have an alien right behind you as you're doing it. Talk about extra pressure.
Science Officer's initial log. I've been installed on board the Nostromo. All the relevant paperwork has been signed, and I have access to the ship's Mother 6000 mainframe. Captain Dallas and the executive officer seem put out by my appearance, but that's perhaps to be expected. All that's left is to hope for a productive journey. Ash signing off.
Alright, so actor Ian Holm, who actually played Ash in the first Alien movie, by the time this game was made, he was very, very ill and couldn't do any recording for the character, so they still use his likeness, because there's actually a DLC that covers some stuff from the movie. But for the voice, they got a different actor to actually do his voice. And so I'll go to IMDb and pull up the actor who did Ash for this game and put their IMDb in chat. So Dave B. Mitchell did that recording as Ash. And that is one of the Nostromo logs, and that one is Science Officer reporting. This first one is from Dallas, and the actor who played him in the first Alien movie, Tom Skerritt, was able to reprise the role to do voice work for the same character in this game. And this recording that he did, Dallas, that is the character, talks about the original science officer getting replaced by Ash. Now that I've got that sorted, where I was a while ago before, with the archive logs, that I was like, oh, these are new messages. Now that's where I need to go, because that's the order in which the person doing the guide has done them. But to be fair, this part is earlier than where I was. We could go this way, well, that way now. We could go that way earlier in the game, but the door that I went through, I didn't have the access tuner at the time. And because so much has happened, and so much IRL time has passed since I saved last, we're going to save again. Just in case. What's in here? Okay, so there's a log. So I'm going to leave this until the guide shows me that. But while I'm actually thinking of it, I'll scrub ahead in the video and see if they actually do backtrack here. No. Alright, so just to be safe, I won't worry about going through that door yet. Lucinda, don't open that door. But Chris is. Chris is my old partner, you know. Thanks. Maybe I'll need it. Then you got Rebecca's, oh no! Listen to, yes, sir. See? Just relax and play. Like how Chris tells Rebecca that when she's the one that actually learned how to play Moonlight Sonata and he couldn't. It's like, good one, Chris. He's like, oh, well, I just had an off day, that's all. I could play that. Hey, Zareth. Welcome on in. Thank you for redeeming Arnie in Alien Isolation. Thank you so much. I'll read one of these. Ones that we've already collected. You been here lurking? Awesome, Zareth. Thank you so very much for the lurking. Russell, here's my spiel for the potential clients today. What do you think? Spedding will hang me out to dry if they don't buy it. Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome to the buzzing heart of the Sevastopol synthetic solution. Next up on your tour will be the Systech Spire and the Apollo core itself. But first, an example of Android self-governance. When Apollo synthetics require a little more care than the repair wards can provide, they come here. We believe this is the first rollout of fully automated synthetic-to-synthetic medical intervention. No human expertise required. No costly human surgical training. All data is streamed directly from Apollo, and every incision recorded in its logs. This is the future, gentlemen. Tomorrow, together. Zareth, welcome to the Redacted. Indeed. Oh man, the last time Redacted happened, Redacted was redacted. What a redacted that was. Pointless requests. These people have been told Sevastopol's due for the scrap heap, right? I just got a message from Ellison and Seegson accounts. Can we fix the hand dryer in the restroom? Can we hell? Next time one of these bullshit requests comes through, send them right back. We're about to strip this place out, not patch it up. Hardware problems. Service request reference SR6684. Category, hardware problems. Title, not receiving messages. Details, expecting an order from off-station that should have arrived by now. I usually get several a week, but there's nothing. Can someone check my comms unit? Can't afford to lose the business. Created 11:09:37. User Martin Patterson. Notes, engineer sent out 11:25:37. Equipment seems to be functioning. Flag up with Seegson comms. See if something slipped through Apollo's net. An outpost of progress. Number 4. Sevastopol, an outpost of progress by Julia Jones. An uncertain future. Seegson has now cut its losses and is set to abandon Sevastopol. This is yet another sign of the retrenchment that is rife throughout the sector. Some days it has felt as if corporate pride was the only thing keeping this troubled station in orbit above KG 348. Living aboard this station today, it's abundantly clear that Seegson has gambled wildly with both its own investment and that of banking corps such as Geofund Investor. The ill-judged rush into space colonization, its hubris, and its overexpansion have cost our second-tier corporations dearly. Weyland-Yutani, with its extensive financial and technological firepower, can weather these storms while its lesser rivals fall away. Even the company, however, must hear alarm bells ringing as it looks towards these fading orbital outposts. Weyland-Yutani's ongoing investment in terraforming research technology looks increasingly shrewd as it watches each of these distant lights blink out. That ties into what Weyland-Yutani are doing and end up completing a lot of by the time of Aliens, which, to give some context, this game takes place 15 years after the first Alien movie. The second Alien movie, called Aliens, takes place 57 years later. Door control. Open the door. Get on the floor. Everybody walk the dinosaur. Before I do that, though, let's actually have a look at the logs that we unlocked. So, that was Archive Log 73 to 75. Okay, so that's those ones covered, and I'll check the guide and see what the next one is that they get. $79 to $80.
Ricardo's finalizing the lockdown. You need to close the security doors all around the stairwell. Then the supply storage, maintenance access, and server hub reception. Report in as you go.
Too long, phase 2. Yes.
No, didn't give it enough burst. Good thing I saved it when I did.
Helping you every single step of the way. They're experiencing a heightened containment hazard level today. If you find this facility in a state that isn't to your liking, please let us know.
Alright, I really need to do this in the order that the guide's doing it. Because the way that they're doing it...
I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
is collecting the archive logs in a certain order. I want to keep to the way that they're doing it. Just to be safe, I'll cover these in the other menu. If you ever want time to read something in this game without worrying that you're going to get killed while you're reading the terminal, if you go into your menu and look at your archive logs, you'll be able to see the same information that you see on the computer screen. "79 security shutters. Thompson, to the camp group. We can't keep up a full guard 24/7, but with the volunteer lookouts and the Spire's existing security systems, we can keep it watertight. From this point onward, we don't raise the security shutters for anyone, and all supply runs have to go through me. We can get through this, guys. Thompson." The camp. Bertram. Don't know how much longer I can take this. It's cramped and dirty, and the trash is starting to rot. I don't even know if we're really safe here. Carter and Thompson came back from their recons last week with a couple of guns, and I'm starting to see a different side to some of the people here. Maybe that woman, Winters, was right. Mia Winters? 79 and 80. "76 is missing. 77. 78. So that 81, in a previous playthrough, I got that. Any that you read in one playthrough or interact with will actually be remembered in the menu by the game, but you'll still be able to access it on a fresh playthrough again. Same with the ID tags as well. I'm pretty sure anyway. Any ID tags that you find in one playthrough, the game will remember that you've collected them, but they will be put back into the game on a fresh playthrough. Alright, so that's that. I do have other playthroughs planned to celebrate the game's 10th anniversary, and this is the only one that's going to require me using a guide. The other ones that I'm doing don't. So the pace of the playthroughs after this one will be a bit different. There's a lot of stopping and starting with this one because I just want to be accurate to the guides to make sure I'm actually getting everything.
I'm recording this for anyone else who was away when it happened. I can't tell who escaped. There are some bodies, but the others were taken through the vents, one by one. The doors were locked, but the ceiling vents were open. There was nowhere to run and no one to let them out. It was like a fox dropping into a hen house. I should move on. There's a camp of survivors who still trust the marshal in the mall, and then there's Sinclair and his idiot man with guns somewhere in habitation. But I doubt either will last a week.
Okay, so that is log 76. So we now have that filled. Alright, so let's read that in this. Okay, so that should be audio log 81 and 82. A warning. Waits. Sinclair, I have verified reports that you and your men are shooting civilians and looting supplies. When I find a way to kill this creature, I hope to hell that it found you first. Waits. Truce. Waits. Sinclair, I know we've had our differences since you and your Seeks and security team arrived on Sevastopol, but right now we have a severe situation. We need a unified front. In return for your total cooperation, I am willing to drop my investigation into your involvement in unregistered black market trading and drop all claims I had on the Systech Spire Marshal office where you and your thugs operate from. Let's do this right. Marshal Waits. Alright, so this is the ID tag belonging to R. Tafler. R. Tafler. Last known location, Lorenz Systech Spire. ID code 1337. Lead. Okay, so my plan is to cover these archive. My plan is to cover these archive logs first, and then hopefully be able to save it again, and then go and do the switches that I need to interact with. Yeah, listen to plan. Alright, so that covers 77 and 78's logs. "77. Taken. Roscoe. It took her, and I couldn't do a thing to stop it. First it tore through Doug, then it cut Liam in half and threw him aside like a rag doll. Then it cornered Emma. I was in the shadows and it didn't see me. Emma was calling for me, calling for help, but I couldn't move. I was too scared. I let it take her, but I'm going to find her. If you find this, arm yourself." Alright, so that's 77. 78. Scavenging. Lincoln. "Eric, can you hear me, Eric? Damn comms are screwed again. You there, Eric? It's Lincoln. Can you hear me? I made it down to Texasport. I picked up some canisters of water and some battery packs. Oh, and some tools too. A lot of stuff has already been looted. I'm going to try and break into the lockup. I think they keep security hackers in there. We could use one. But I'm not going to stay down here much longer. There's something. God, I don't know. It's scary as crap down here. I want to get back to Freight. Call me if you get this, okay? Okay? Alright, so that's that. Where do they go next in the guide? The mainframe systems terminal. Alright, so that's after we've done all the switches. Alright, so let's see if I can get to a save before the alien kills me. Because the thing is, even though the actual game will remember in the menu that I've actually looked at that stuff, I still need to actually look at it. So if I die, I have to look at all that stuff again. I don't have to read it again, obviously, but I have to look at it again. Alright. Of course, the alien came back down just as I was about to say that the alien went back up. The freaking cardboard box in the way, like, you wouldn't guarantee that, would you? Metal Gear Solid style. We're not in the cardboard box, or the box. It'd be funny if the alien doesn't notice me. Yeah, the alien's like, Amanda's like, don't mind me, I'm just a cardboard box that can talk. There we go. Alright, now we can do the interactions with the switches or the levers. Nice one, Lucinda, that's cool. It's a nice emote.
Maintenance access shut off.
Affirmative, Ripley.
It's a good thing that that working Joe isn't hostile.
Supply storage locked down.
Okay.
Wait, can you patch me through to Ripley?
I've already connected you.
Ripley, there's an override command that allows you to initiate the emergency lockdown. It's on the terminal behind the reception desk.
Alright, this is the next thing that we need to interact with for the story, but also for the collectibles. Alright, before I do the rest of that, alright, so that was 83 to 85. Alright, so the 84th one is the other thing I didn't interact with yet. Hacked. Pardon me. Hacked. Mike Tanaka. Franco, I've been investigating those archive leaks, and I'm pretty sure it's just faulty hardware. These area systems are too old to properly integrate into something as complex as Apollo. I found something else out though. It looks like someone has been accessing people's private messages and camera feeds for the last couple of years. The executive suites, San Cristobal, even the Marshal Bureau have been hacked. Does the name Ransom mean anything to you? Ransom? What are you doing? Alright, so that's that one. This one is 85. Folder code. Personal message. Code is 7789. Alright, so 86. So 86 must have been one that I had already gotten in the previous playthrough, but I need to get it again in this playthrough. So that was 86.
Hughes, it's Ransom. I just got your query. Yes, I have been in our transmission relay archive, and I've done some decrypting. I'm looking for crew logs that passed through Sevastopol a while ago. I know you're concerned, but it's ancient history. There's just some stuff I need to know. A routine company transmission packet sent from the edge of Thetis before a ship started its trip home. Nothing that's gonna break anything. Still, no one else needs to know about it, right? If you talk, Well, there'll be consequences. I mean, there's plenty Marie doesn't know, right? Leave them decoding and let me know when they're done. We can keep this civil.
Ricardo, server reception is closed off.
Good job. Come through to the server farm, quietly.
Hey Ginger Perks, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. How's things? Hey Tatey boy, welcome on in. Hope it's going well. Welcome on in everyone. How's things? TransGuySky03, thank you so much for the follow. You going good, Ginger? Oh, that's excellent. That's really, really good. And I'm doing well, doing a phase 1 of celebrating this game's 10th anniversary. I'll be doing other phases throughout the year as we go through. But this first one, getting all the collectibles, so going through with a fine-tooth comb, using a guide, making sure I get everything. And yeah, some things I have to read in the menu because I don't want the alien to kill me while I'm reading on the terminal. But yeah, it's going well. I'm going good. How about yourself? Oh, it really is. It really is, Ginger. Yeah, I love this game. It's still one of the best games based on a movie franchise as well. It has, Tatey, yeah. Yeah, it's been 10 years already. It's hard to believe. It's a lot of time. It's a big time chunk, but yeah, definitely sometimes it doesn't feel like it's that much time has passed. So that's interesting. So this is 84, but this message, I heard it before, but it didn't come up as the entry that it comes up as now. That was very weird. Let's see, so 84, got that sorted. Let's have another look at the guide. There'll be an ID tag in the server farm. Oh yeah, this is the room with the android that if you go too close to it, it goes boom, grabs your leg. Okay, so go through here. The alien's having a field day.
I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Alright, this is a good working Joe. If they say that, then you know it's fine. Hey, alien. Alien, come out to play. Okay, it went back up into the vent. Turn this music off. Okay, so we can't. Alright. I guess that music has to keep playing. It's a song that never ends. It keeps going on and on, my friend. Some people started listening to it, not knowing what it was, and they'll be listening to it forever just because it's the song that doesn't end. Okay, so we have another ID tag, and this one belongs to C. Gascoigne. Okay. The Whiskey Girl 77. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm keeping my own notes on this so I know what I've actually collected in this playthrough because the game remembers what you've collected in previous playthroughs and marks it as collected in your menu, but in a fresh playthrough, you can still find it. So I want to make sure that I'm taking note of things as I go through. That way I can keep track better. So that's that ID tag. G. Gascoigne. Last known location, Lorenz Systexpire. ID code 3425.
Are you lost? You are carrying some very dangerous items.
I've set up an emergency shutdown at the terminal inside the server farm. You need to trigger it from there, then get out. I'll keep your exit open till you're through, then shut the trap.
Alright, so that's where it wants me to go. Lucinda, okay, Roger, got to finish up eating, make your beer run, then get started for the day. I hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you, Lucinda. I definitely will. Going to be finishing up soon. A short stream ended up being a long one. But thank you for being here, Lucinda. And good luck with the beer run as well. Make sure that when you're running with it, you don't fall over and lose any of it. Thank you so much for being here, Lucinda. I hope you have a great start to your stream as well. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. It's doing a playthrough of the Dishonored series. Dishonored series is one of Lucinda's favorite franchises, so she's doing an annual playthrough of Dishonored, Dishonored 2, and Death of the Outsider as well. Also a big fan of other stealth games like Thief, and is also a fan of horror games, especially Resident Evil, as well as Evil Within, The Last of Us, and also playing through the Assassin's Creed series at the moment for the first time, except Assassin's Creed 3, played through it for a second time, but all the other ones have been first-time playthroughs, currently on Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and then we'll be doing Assassin's Creed Mirage as well. That's her primary game. Secondary game is Dishonored, alternates week to week, and so Dishonored is this week, and then next week, Assassin's Creed. A great streamer, so highly recommend. And no worries at all for the shout-out, Lucinda. No problem at all. Thank you so much for being here. I hope that everything goes well. Tatey, thank God you have that bad boy. This game has such good atmosphere. Yeah, that flamethrower, it comes in so, in handy in so many sort of situations. as well. But yeah, it's also good for like the eggs and stuff, as well as face huggers. Although with face huggers, I normally just wait till they get a bit close and then do a melee on them. But when you do that, though, the acid will go on you and you'll lose some health. So if you're low health and you do it, one hit and you're dead. But if you keep an eye on your health and you can see one coming along and you get the timing right, you can squash it with the wrench and you take a little bit of damage, but at least then you can see that it's not going to kill you in one hit. Ah, thanks, Tatey. No worries at all. Unidentified species. Who cares about identifying it? Just stay away from it. I like how the android's like, if you find this facility in a state that, whatever he says, please let us know. Like, yeah, I'll be sure to. No problemo. So this part coming up is one of those situations where you just need to wait for certain things to blow over.
Is my exit open, Ricardo?
Wait a minute.
Ricardo, is my exit clear?
Jesus, it's shut. It won't move.
What are you doing, Ricardo? Fix it.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry, Ripley. I'm working on it.
Ricardo, you got news for me?
I need more time.
I don't have more time.
Okay, I got it. Get out, Ripley, now.
Rosie, should you watch Alien 3, you've heard mixed things, amongst others that it kind of poo-poos the ending of Aliens. Yeah, imagine your favorite book, and it ended with your favorite characters. And then, in the next book, they die in the first page. And you're like, fuck you. That's kind of Alien 3. At the start of it. Putting that aside, though, it's a very effective Alien movie. It goes back to the suspense of the first one, only one alien, and isolated location, you know. So it goes for that kind of thing. It does advance things a bit further, a little bit. But yeah, it's a very divisive movie in the series. But I would definitely recommend still watching it, though. Probably after watching Aliens. I don't know if you've seen Aliens first or not, but probably best to watch that first and then Alien 3. But yeah, it's one of those situations. Hello, Spectrum. How's things going today?
Are you lost?
More pain today, Spectrum? Oh no. Just what you don't need to have to experience more of. Hopefully you can find some relief soon. Alright, so that leads into that area. As for me, Spectrum, I'm doing well. Going on a little bit longer than I planned, but I definitely want to keep going till I get to a certain spot. Oh, come on, game. I didn't even... Okay, game. I guess I went too close to the gas. Okay, so that brings me back here to this terminal. Trying to find the spot that the guide goes to next. But let's just save, just in case I fuck up. Oh yes, that's that part. I know where it is now. Rosie, Aliens is like your favorite movie, second only to The Thing, you think? So yeah, you've seen it like 10 times. Oh, nice. Your cat's named Ripley for Pete's sake. Awesome. Yeah. Well, in that case, yeah, Alien 3, go into it expecting to be frustrated. Spectrum, remember you seen Alien when it first came out? Your mom and you went to see it and your arms were so sore from gripping the seats. Oh, that would have been quite the experience. As well as, you know, especially during jump scare moments, especially the chestburster scene when that first happened. Hey Stan, welcome on in. I am here too, indeed. Yes. My AI isn't streaming today. It's been streaming for the last few years, and I just decided to stream myself. Spectrum, yeah, there was nothing like it back then. That's the kind of thing that once something like that happens, it's cemented in history. You know, it's something that can happen in other things too, but there's just something special about things happening.
Ricardo, how did you open it back up?
I had to suppress the alert. It was the only way to get Ripley out.
You let it out? We had it locked down, and you let it out? Ripley, it's still on your tail.
Where should I go?
Take the elevator to Gemini Labs. If it follows, we can still trap it there. Ripley, Ricardo, we can't let it escape again, no matter what.
I'm sure they were here. This place looks safe.
This is every color fucked up.
It's like it was either them or me. If they saw me, they would have shot at me, and they would have alerted the alien themselves, and I probably would have ended up getting killed, or using flamethrower ammo, and I like to try and conserve as much as I can.
I'm in Gemini, Waits.
We need that whole facility powered up. There's a freight elevator you'll need to take, but ever since Seegson pulled funding from Gemini, it's been out of action.
Spectrum, anyone else ever try to think up a movie plot that hasn't already been done? That's a difficult thing, because if I told you that there was a movie about someone going around the world finding forgotten cities, finding temples, tombs, I could be talking about Tomb Raider, I could be talking about Uncharted, I could be talking about Indiana Jones, or I could be talking about what inspired Indiana Jones. And the thing is that there's so many things about franchises and, you know, story ideas that are very similar, but the thing that makes them individually different to one another are some of the things that make them stand out. So Indiana Jones is nothing like Lara Croft, even though technically they both do the same thing. They go around the world exploring tombs, finding artifacts. And Nathan Drake has some similarities to Indiana Jones, but he's also his own character, and he's also different to Lara Croft. And so the three characters can exist in their own movies or games or whatever story medium you want to use, and it still actually works. And there's so many plot elements that have been used in multiple things. So like coming up with something that's completely original with no elements of anything else that's ever been created before is kind of impossible. It's just, what do you do with that combination of things? What do you add different? Like, what if you had a story about an archaeologist who goes around tombs and finds artifacts, except they're actually a time-traveling archaeologist, and they go to different parts of a timeline and look for artifacts, both artifacts that haven't been created yet in our own time, but also artifacts that have been destroyed, but they go back to an earlier time to when they were still in existence. You know, that's creating kind of like not a completely original story, because we've already had time travel movies and we've already had archaeologists going around finding stuff. But combining the two together and adding some extra stuff as well, you can come up with ideas that actually stand on their own, separate to other things.
Good to see a friendly face.
That's right, Rosie. Yeah, Alan Quatermain, he's another character that is of that sort of similar thing. So much so that even when Indiana Jones and the Crystal...
You look like you've been through the mill.
The Kingdom of the Crystal Skull came out, a company called Asylum actually made a Alan Quatermain movie that if you look at the cover of, it's very much a big knockoff of Indiana Jones, but they did that with so many other movies as well. When they knew that a big budget movie was being released or being worked on, they would work on their own version of it and try to release it around the same time.
Keep your head together. You can do it.
Spectrum, they should make a Tomb Raider that goes around other planets. See, that's the other thing too. Taking the idea of going around other planets and combining that with someone who looks for artifacts and stuff. Finding alien artifacts that no one on Earth has actually found before. Rosie, basically the Greeks have already done everything. Yeah, and that's the thing too. You look back at myths and legends, and there's elements that you see in other things that came out later that are inspired by that stuff.
Find the control terminal they left for the synthetic caretaker. It's in a storeroom up ahead. And for God's sake, do it quietly. Sell that whole outfit for years, along with Sebastopol. No one ever bid, but it means security's still online.
Okay, enough talk now, Waits.
Motherfucker. Piece of shit.
I'm in Gemini, Waits.
We need that whole facility powered up. There's a freight elevator you'll need to take, but ever since Seegson pulled funding from Gemini, it's been out of action. Find the control terminal they left for the synthetic caretaker. It's in a storeroom up ahead. And for God's sake, do it quietly. Seegson's been trying to sell that whole outfit for years, along with Sebastopol. No one ever bid, but it means security's still online.
Okay, enough talk now, Waits.
Jesus fucking Christ. Move. Hurry up. Too slow. Move. There we go. Alright, so let's have a look at the guide, now that I'm actually up to the part where they are. Okay, so they go through the other door. Oh, did you, Spectrum? At first you read Geeks. That's understandable. Alright, so I'll get those like that, and then... Hang on. It's gonna be annoying trying to read shit and friggin' cover stuff. Alright, so archive log 8788 should have been on that. Okay, Seegson funding. Seegson Investment Board. Seegson regrets to inform that Gemini Exoplanet Solutions will receive no further funding. Seegson is not liable for time remaining on Gemini personnel contracts. Please talk to your line manager about the facility shutdown and what it will mean for you. We would like to take this opportunity to personally thank you for the time you spent with us. How nice. Maintenance systems. Hunter, regarding power budgets. After a discussion with the line manager, several of you have questions about restoring power. Should power be required in distribution, say in case of emergency, you can access the maintenance systems using keycode 8897. Note, this still needs to be cleared with your line manager and should not be done without authorization. Regards, G. Hunter.
You are carrying some very dangerous items. What are you? How containment breach locked? Locking report. This facility is off limits to visitors, unless they are part of the Sevastopol sales tour.
Where can I find the power breakers, Waits?
I see one in the analysis labs. The other's in the decontamination room.
I don't understand what you're doing.
Alright, it's like a juggling act. Alright, so that was archive log 86, surplus to requirements. I need to get these and collect these without being killed and then having to redo them all over again to collect them again. Alright, so 86 is what we were missing before, but now we have it. Surplus to requirements. Hunter, regarding power budgets. The distribution department is surplus to requirements and will be decommissioned shortly. We will be reducing the power budget to the area in due course as it is required for a corporate function. Any questions should be directed to your line manager. Regards, G. Hunter. Can't look down while on the ladder, unfortunately. I mean, there is a way to lure the android away from this spot and put them somewhere else.
Labs next, Ripley.
Now, if I can do this right, I can save it, because we've done a lot of stuff. And I don't want to redo all that again, and redo all the half an hour of real time that I've gone through. Hey Maxie, it's going good, thank you, dude. Sorry you can't chat much because you're working, but been lurking. Hope the stream has been going well. It has been, Maxie, yeah, and that's no trouble, dude. Thank you so much for the lurking that you've been doing. It's been going good. Making some progress in this. We're in chapter 10, or it might be 11 now. Yeah, we're at about chapter 10 or 11. Going to be ending the stream soon, though. But I hope things are going well with you. Hope work isn't too stressful. Alright, so having saved is good, because if I die, I don't have that far back to go. Hey Whiskey, you truly love this game. After watching your stream a little over an hour, truly appreciate the gameplay. Love the Alien franchise and looking forward to see how Disney Plus / Hulu will take it. Oh, that's awesome, Whiskey. It's a really, really good game. I feel too like if people haven't seen the Alien movies, it doesn't matter because this game does a great job at connecting itself to Alien, and in many ways aliens as well, without people who haven't seen the movies needing to know those movies. But if they do watch the movies afterwards, there'll be things that they'll go, aha, that's a cool connection that the game made. But thank you so much for the watching of the stream that you've been doing, Whiskey, and thank you for the follow before earlier as well. It'll be interesting to see what they do. I think the next Alien movie is called Alien Romulus, I think, is the full name. So it'll be interesting to see what they do, especially after what they did with Prometheus and Alien Covenant. Whether this will be a soft reboot, or if it will actually be another follow-up to Alien Covenant and Prometheus as well. If I have a look at the guide, they go up the ladder. And they go through here. Just interact with this to get the text in the log. Okay, so that is archives 91 to 94. But they're showing sometimes the person in the guide does things in a different order. Oh, 91 and 94, not 91 to 94. Okay, that makes more sense then. Alright, so 91 is sit tight. Sit tight, unknown number, S. We're going to have to find a new way to get the goods into Sevastopol. Waits has commercial cargo under scrutiny at the moment and he's checking the ambulance shuttles. Tell your man outside to sit tight for now. I know a guy called Sinclair who could help us. I remember when the marshals actually had to deal with real crime, rather than harassing businessmen and screwing with their deals. T. And 94 is Gemini shutdown. Hunter. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate many of you are upset with the current situation and the imminent total shutdown of Gemini. I have been asked by Seegson to assure you that the future of Sevastopol itself is 100% secure. Early negotiations with interested corporate buyers have begun in earnest. In the meantime, before you leave, please deposit all Seegson-owned equipment in a security locker. The code is 2743. We have made a full inventory and the marshals will be informed if anything goes missing. Whiskey, you truly hope so. The storyline with David was a real disappointment to you. Loved the actor, hated the character. Yeah, that's a pretty tricky thing too, when there's an actor that you really like, but the character that they play, you're like, ugh. And it's interesting too, what they did with his character, like from one movie to the next, because he goes from being like, that kind of, I'm going to, experiment with these humans, treat them like they're expendable, like a curious scientist. And then with Shaw at the end of that, how it's like, we're going to go and do these things together. And then in the next movie, it's like, oh yeah, Shaw got killed by the way and he sacrificed. Like, I haven't seen that movie for a long time, so I don't know if he sacrificed her or what, but that whole idea of him wanting to be like a creator himself as well, Motherfucker. That was close. Okay, so that is ID tag belonging to Kay Lenton. Last known location, Gemini Exoplanet Solutions, ID code 3724. Alright, so I need to backtrack somewhere else because the next thing that they're showing in the guide is back in a different area. I don't know why the person in the guide didn't do this first before doing the things that I just did. Would have made more sense to go get this one first. Unless I'm getting it around the other way. Alright, so this should be 89 to 90. Fucking piece of shit. Alright, so this is 89 and 90. What is KG348? Seeks an information service. What is KG348? KG348 is a Jovian gas giant situated at a mean distance of 6.2 astronomical units from the heart of the system. Initial surveys of its cloud layers show a rare mix of metallic gases. To exploit the potential of this resource, we are proud to announce the KG348 research project, spearheaded by Gemini Exoplanet Solutions. Gemini Exoplanet Solutions Manifesto. Be bold, learn, adapt, live. Life is change. We grow by adapting and evolving to meet each new challenge. At Gemini Exoplanet Solutions, we take Mother Nature's blueprint as our starting point by breaking new ground, and by finding new applications for existing technologies. Fuel resources become building materials, weapon developments advance agricultural growth. Space exploration is applied to surgical procedures. Look around, you never know what might be useful. Sponsored by Seegson Investment Board. Alright, so that covers that. The annoying thing about using the flamethrower so much, and the reason I am, is because I don't want to lose progress on collecting this shit and have to fucking recollect it again. Is that the alien gets used to it, which means you have to use it more. Hey, Theory of Cake. How's it going? Thanks for redeeming that. I'm recording this for anyone else who was away when it happened. I can't tell who escaped. There are some bodies, but the others were taken through the vents one by one. The doors were locked, but the ceiling vents were open. There was nowhere to run and no one to let them out. It was like a fox dropping into a hen house. You and I, we have two options. There's a camp of survivors who still trust the marshals in the mall. And then there's Sinclair and this idiot man with guns, somewhere in habitation. I doubt either will last a week. Thanks for redeeming that Theory of Cake. Just want to see where the guide goes next. Whiskey, curious to know, have you played Alien Isolation with the Insane mod? You've seen a few gameplay on YouTube, and it's pretty intense. Alien's cone is much wider. I haven't. Whiskey, no. I'm actually playing on the PlayStation 5, so I don't have access to the PC version. But that would be insane. It definitely sounds like it lives up to its name, giving it a much wider cone of vision or awareness.
Check request in Sector C12. Received and confirmed. A service caretaker is on its way.
To log phase 2.
It's interesting in games where sounds can make the enemy go to you, and having to actually do things to progress that make noise.
That's it. Elevator's online, Ripley.
Got it.
You're headed for a place called Project KG-348. Let me know when you're there.
Wait, I made it.
Is it still after you?
I think so.
I got a plan. Head for the labs.
Alright, it's 2 a.m. and I need to stop the stream. So, there was a save that was made. Just double check. I know it's not exactly ending it at the end of the current mission, but
Is it still after you?
I think so.
alright, quit to main menu. Okay, so before I end though, I want to give some shout outs, and we're also going to raid out as well. I'd like to highly recommend people check out Ginger Perks' channel. Ginger Perks is playing Baldur's Gate 3, is a big fan of RPGs, but is also a big horror fan as well, has played Alien Isolation, is also a fan of the Resident Evil series, and is also doing playthroughs of the Assassin's Creed series from time to time as well, but also a big fan of franchises like Dark Souls, but also Elden Ring and other games from Software. Highly recommend checking out Crocodiles. He's playing through Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, the latest Prince of Persia game, which feels funny to say because it's been over 10 years since the last one before that one came out. But he's doing a playthrough of that. He's also a big fan of Assassin's Creed, doing a playthrough series where he can't fast travel, no HUD, has limited looks at the map. He's doing a Witcher 3 playthrough on the hardest difficulty, no HUD, playing Geralt like an evil, greedy bastard. Maxi is another one to recommend highly, playing through Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Also a fan of Assassin's Creed, but also of JRPGs like Final Fantasy and Tales of. Is also a great streamer. Highly recommend checking out Crocotoad, who's playing through Death Stranding. He's another great streamer, and also recommend checking out Mr. Gote as well. He's playing games like Mortal Kombat 11, Hunt Showdown, Ghost Recon. He's also a fan of the Outlast games, as well as the supermassive horror games Until Dawn, the Dark Pictures series, and The Quarry as well. So highly recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. We're going to go and raid out to Lucinda, who was in here a moment ago. She's playing through the first Dishonored. She's a big fan of that franchise, so she's doing an annual series playthrough of Dishonored 1, Dishonored 2, and Death to the Outsider, or Death of the Outsider, I think it is. Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to use. Here's one that has some free follower emotes attached. And I'll also put one in for subscribers. which is that one there. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching. I really appreciate it. The next stream that you'll see from me will be this game again. And if you see me streaming again, then you know it's Wednesday here in Australia. My Monday through to Friday game at the moment is this one. When I finish this game, I'll be replacing it with another one that will fit into the Monday to Friday slot. And on the weekends, I'm doing my annual playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 2. Better kick off the raid, that might help. There we go. So we'll continue this on in the next stream. We're about up to mission, well, we're in mission 10, almost finished mission 10. Still quite a few missions left, but I think I'll be finishing this game probably, given that I have to backtrack and also all that kind of stuff. I probably think it will take another 2 streams to get the whole playthrough done. But thank you so much everyone for watching. Hope you all have a good one. You take care as well, Whiskey. Thank you again for the follow before. And thank you again everyone who's followed, all the lurkers as well. Everyone who came with the raids. Highly recommend checking out all those streamers that I did shout outs for as well. Hope everyone has a good one, a good day or night, whichever the case may be. And catch you next time for some more Alien Isolation.